Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome to something a little different. Well, kind of the same, actually, but a little different at the same time. This is going to be a collaborative Friday night bingo stream between myself and Bruno Danui. We're going to be having a bit of competitive bingo today instead of just competing in separate worlds to beat our best times. Me and Bruno are both loaded into a world. He's hosting it on a server. There may be an opportunity for people to play later. For all of that stuff, go to Bruno's stream, and we should be able to get the hook up over there. I may end up turning the music down just a little bit to make sure that I can still hear Bruno okay in the voice call. But he seems like he's ready whenever, so we're just going to get right into it. He is standing in front of me in Minecraft right now, so that's a thing. All right, let's say hi. So I'm going to bring this up. We might do a little bit of audio level checking just to make sure that we're not going to drown each other out. Hey, there he is.
There I am.
There you are.
He is. There you
Yeah.
are. How's it going, Pigs?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad. I've just had dinner, so if I belch really loud at any point during this, I apologize.
Okay.
But
It could be an
yeah, I'm here.
advantage for me, though. When you're playing a run and you suddenly you have the urge, you have to stop. It's a little time loss that I can take to my advantage.
I'm feeling a little bit sleepy. You know, I've got that kind of post-dinner drowsy feeling. No, this should be good. I'm looking forward to this, man. It's obviously like an exciting time to be playing bingo in general, but I'm super happy this is something we've been able to do on a Friday night.
Nice. Thank you for coming over for Bingo Friday. We have some guests already, and it's a pleasure to have you over here, man. I've been super excited with Bingo 1.19. Like, I don't know what it is. About it, but like it's just so good. Like it's the same game, right? But there's something about it now that it's on 1.19. I don't know if it's beyond the items, right? I think the terrain is super exciting now.
Yeah, the terrain's cool, and I think it's just added more variety to the items that I feel like I was missing from 1.16, because you'd always get something that was related to rabbits, or you'd always get like a saddle or a name tag or something, and this one, like, it's kind of opened up the categories a bit more, so I think getting all of that new stuff, getting the skulk in there, you really feel like you're seeing all of a Minecraft world instead of the same 3 or 4 biomes that you always try and aim for.
Now that you say it, you're right. I was the other day, like, I played a couple runs, and I was amazed that, for example, I didn't get a rabbit, or I didn't get this or that. And it's like, yes, you can get, like, more, like, or for example, I will get a card that didn't have that many hard items. And, like, it made me realize, of course, there's a bigger pool now. I don't know how the categories, like, are arranged. But
have you taken a look at the chests and stuff? Because, like, you can generate the chests over here and get a sneak peek at everything.
Okay, each chest is a category, so you can only get one item from that. Or no? How does it work?
Oh well, if you hover over them, it will tell you in the lore text what belongs to what categories. So like, there's a whole thing for deep slate now where it can be like natural deep slate, it can be the cracked bricks, it can be the tile wall. Like, there's so much variety in just that, because you've got to approach each of those blocks differently. It's kind of cool.
Nice, very nice. I never actually took a look at this. I think I should maybe. But
it feels a little bit cheaty. It kind of feels like you're getting a backstage pass.
I wanted to ask you, because you've been playing Minecraft for a long time, and you've been playing Bingo for quite some time too, right? So what do you think? What catches your attention about this game in particular? What do you think is the best thing about Bingo?
I mean, being the survival guide guy, I guess, it's just an opportunity to show the breadth of your Minecraft knowledge and to touch on stuff that you don't normally mess around with too much on a regular survival playthrough. Like, nobody really has a reason to go killing rabbits in survival Minecraft, so people don't typically, but this game encourages you to do that, and then you've got to tackle the problems around that. Like, the fact that I always bring a dandelion with me when I'm looking for rabbits, unless I found carrots or something already, because they'll just walk up to you instead of you having to chase them around trying to kill them. And like that's something that you never normally have to think about because nobody bothers farming rabbits in survival, unless they're like making all of the potions and they need jump boost or something. But there's just something about this that encourages you to look at Minecraft in a different way, which is always something really exciting to me.
Yes, I think like it expands also your Minecraft knowledge, particularly the recipes, right? You have like very clear exactly what you need. When you have played Bingo for some time, you look at the card and you start thinking in terms of materials or ingredients, right? Instead of the actual items.
If you're more organized like you end up counting all of the iron and stuff you need at the beginning. Like I feel like I tend to calculate that stuff more on the fly, like what do I have left, what do I need, but you start to think about everything in terms of like the mathematical ingredients involved.
Yeah, the equations of Bingo. But that's one of the things I actually wanted to ask you. We did with No Leaf Clover and we did with Lime too. Like you're a Bingo player, you have good times, you have played for quite a bit. How do you think a card? Okay, you get this card, right? Do you look at it? You say you do it more on the fly, but do you look at the card first? Do you kind of like get a wide? How do you do it?
Back in 1.16, I think the load times are faster now, but in 1.16 I used to use just like the time that the starting bar was like loading the chunks and preparing the spawn area and stuff. I would use that time to look at the card, but I wouldn't give myself all that long. And I don't tend to like F3 escape and pause to look around at the beginning. I tend to just start like doing the survival stuff immediately, but I'm already looking at what's the easiest stuff to get, what can I get just by punching it, what do I need to get more materials for, and I usually plan a little bit. Like the golden apple, I know I'm going to have to find a lot of gold for. Is that going to be a nether portal? Is it going to be a loot chest? I'm looking at the more difficult stuff to find. Like spore blossoms, I had a really hard time with finding a lush cave that even had any on one of my recent runs. So that immediately goes in the difficult items for me. I just highlight those as, in the back of my mind, that's something I need to pay attention to. I need to get an egg for the pumpkin pie. I sort of think about the rare stuff more than I think about the other stuff, because realistically, you can find the dyes to make cyan basically anywhere, and lime dye is kind of the same, right? You find a sea pickle or you find a cactus, that stuff is just going to come up naturally as you explore. It's more the stuff that you have to be so deliberate about finding that's the stuff I focus on.
Kind of. I feel like that was true in 1.16, but now deserts and maybe even warm oceans are a little bit rarer. There's more biomes
they are harder
now.
to find. Yeah, and
They're
swamps. I was watching Lime play the other day, and he was having the hardest time finding a swamp, and then the swamp he found was really small, and it's like there's no chance of you getting slime if it's not like the middle of the night and on the first day. So it can be really tricky, and I find that some of those like goat horns and slime now are going to be some of the harder items to find, because goat horns you either have to get lucky with a pillager outpost or you spend about 20 minutes trying to get a goat to hit you. It's a little rough.
I found one in an outpost the other day, like the first goat horn I got in my car,
yeah.
and it was like, oh man, this is gonna be terrible. Found it in an outpost, it was great. Then my last run, I was in a box with a goat, because goats are terrible. They just jump, you trapping them is hard.
And half the time, if you're like trying to react to them running at you, they don't hit the block the right way. Like if you don't move at exactly the right time, it's really tough.
It's quite a tough one. I think the items will get rebalanced. I see a lot of of course, wanting to introduce items that are from characteristic of 1.19 or 1.18, right? The goat from, for example. But I guess that as the time passes and the community plays the cards, I'm guessing we're gonna see some adjustments. I don't know if I see the goat horn as a long-term item, mainly because it's, as you said, it's very luck-based kind of. It's quite hard to get reliably.
Yeah. No, it can be really tricky. I found that sweet berries were also even harder to find this time around. I don't know if that's world generation, if that's like the sweet berries need increasing, if it's something like, the bug that's happening in this version with the blocks jumping really far away when you mine them. I'm kind of wondering if it's like that, where at extreme coordinates you just don't find sweet berries as frequently. And if that's something about world gen that needs to be tweaked. Yeah,
there's always been strange bugs regarding when you are in a long way from spawn. I've seen all kinds of things, and Bingo always runs with those issues. I heard that it's going to get fixed in 1.14, but I'm not sure. Maybe they are just rare. I don't know.
The only ones I found on the run I had the other day, the only time I found sweet berries was part of Tiger Village generation. So that's going to be the new meta for finding sweet berries, because I think there are a couple of houses that have to have berries generate around them, and that's the only reason I found them in the first place.
Okay, nice. Very nice. Okay, I think I'm ready to go for a first run.
Yeah. Do we want to generate a new card? Is this the card we're going with, or are we picking a new one?
Usually, always the guest gets to roll the card. So also you pick the blue color, which is kind of quite. You have it's missing in your skin now, but you have it in your soul now. They're in your name. So
yeah. I've got my Empire skin on just in case I hop on and record stuff during the day. But like, yeah, nice. That blue color is definitely my color. I feel like, even though it's the color of your pants more than it is anything that I'm wearing right now.
I got orange. I think okay. I got a reveal. Well, I had no leaf clover on the last Bingo Friday, who is like quite an expert at bingo. He told me.
Yeah, his face is on the wall over here.
Yes, his face is right here.
He's
right
this guy.
There. Look at him. He had some really, let's say, empirical advice, right? Or like, but then he also had some superstition stuff that he told me. Like,
right.
For example, don't eat maron. And one of the things he told me is the best color is orange.
Okay. So you're going with that advantage and seeing how well you do. Yeah.
Yes. Let's see. Okay, pick a card and then we'll go.
All right. I'm just gonna do this kind of randomly. I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm just gonna hit it as many times as I feel like. Normally I do the same thing you do, where your chat like just suggests a random number, but I'm gonna close my eyes.
Just copy. Okay.
Okay, there. That one. All
very
right.
Nice, very nice. Okay,
that's not looking too bad. Yeah, hit start. Mangrove Propagule is going to be fun. That's the one I always have trouble with. Let's see.
This is the first time I get raw gold.
Oh yeah, we've got Mangrove Propagules, and we've got Mangrove Roots, so those two are going to be there together. And
that's nice. Oh, we got the slime too.
Yeah, the slime's going to be rough with two of us in the same world as well. That's it shouldn't be too bad with the mob cap now. Like
exactly.
Yeah. All right.
We have the new mob cap rules, which is nice. Let me see what else. I see a lot of iron. I'm not counting. I'm just looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay. This looks like a nice card. I'm quite intrigued by the mangrove.
Yeah, mangrove's going to be either it's either there at spawn or like you don't find it for 40 minutes. I found so.
Yes,
here we go.
I think it's since 1.18, hot biomes stick together, so at least you got something to go on.
Yeah.
Right?
So what's your plan first? Are you going to go punch some trees? Are you going to go looking in the oceans? What's the...
I'm supposed to tell you what I'm going to do, maybe.
Well, you never know.
Okay, I may go for a swim first. I don't know what you're up to. You? Okay, you asked me. You didn't say anything.
Yeah, the trick I found is heading towards the first shipwreck that you spot, and I've already seen one.
Oh. Okay.
And I'm actually at a disadvantage here slightly because I'm still sprinting using backslash, and it is working, but I don't know how fast this is going to make me.
Okay, I saw that on Twitter, and I thought, yes, it was going to give me an advantage, but also it feels a little bit unfair. You have like 3 keys that don't work.
Yeah, but it's only Alt, Control, and the Windows key, so I'm not going to like tab out to something. No, he's going for the same chest I am.
Okay, no, there was nothing there.
Nothing there.
Here we are.
Oh, and that's
nothing.
Okay. That's just the back chest, right? That's like the one that's just got the food and stuff in it.
Just
okay, fair enough.
The front one actually, right? The food one.
Oh yeah.
Have anything good?
Yeah, no worries.
I got some roaring flesh though. I got some food.
Yeah, you got some suspicious stew at least. Do you want to try eating that and see how well you do?
Let's do it. Let me try my luck. Yeah,
I got the dolphins.
Just poison.
You got the dolphin boost. It's poison. You've already started off poisoned. That's how you get them, folks. That's Bingo 101. Make sure they drink the suspicious stew, always. It's occurred to me that the problems with block displacement and the items jumping out at weird angles means that you can just hang around me and if you just stand at the right place, you'll probably get all of the wood that I'm mining.
Ah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Not that I will do anything like that. I would never do something like that, but still, maybe.
I've seen you on your community bingo runs. You're just like running up and pranking people
that
and
is
stuff.
not representative of what I do with my guests. That's just my community.
Yeah,
Maybe.
sure.
That's
It's all the people who bully you in Twitch chat. You've got to have a chance to get back at them somehow.
Oh, I didn't do a prediction. Let me see. One of my mods can do a prediction. Will be interesting. I'm just running back now. I know you just kept on going.
Yeah, I got stone already. Is this world like the world that you had before? Have you just like upgraded it, or is it like a brand new install?
I started a new server. Yes, you're gonna get all the advancements. You are OP though.
Yeah.
You can do the advancement thing if you want.
Yeah, I guess I could
recipes.
like clear all of them or whatever. But no, I think it's kind of fun getting advancements. I always really enjoy it as the first thing you do in a new world.
Yes, and also clearing them all. It's always super annoying. Like.
Yeah.
You get all the sounds of the big advancements and all that. One after the other. Okay. Get my first wood. Very nice.
Yeah, sprinting with backslash is not too bad. If it was my shift key that was broken, then I would have more problems.
So are you wait, you said which one are you using for sprinting?
Backslash for me is right next to the shift key, so it's not that far away from where my normal sprint key would be. But yeah, like it's kind of annoying because I can't do stuff like, you know how you control Q to drop an entire stack of items from your inventory?
Yes.
I can't do that anymore. So I'd have to like hit the control on the right hand side of the keyboard instead.
There is the double tap forwards for sprinting too.
Yeah, I could do
before.
that. I did that a lot on console. I've just gotten out of the habit of doing it on like PC Minecraft. Right, what do we need? Well, got one of those. None of us are on the board yet. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Let's grab
the spawn
that.
was quite rough. I gotta say it. It was super rough.
Yeah. There was nothing useful in that shipwreck, and oh, the village is on fire. Yikes. Just gonna grab a bunch of this stuff while I can. I don't see that much of it being useful.
Oh.
Is there anything up here? Nope. Oh, you got the smoker.
Got the smoker. Oh, look, some ad. Also, something I like is, you know that with the new generation, you can find ores high up, so you can use those strats, like for iron, for example.
Yeah,
Like,
like I like the new ore distribution. It's like, it's different, but it feels predictable now. I've gotten used to it.
Let me see.
Not going to need this for anything, but I'll grab some hay for the extra bread. If I was thinking about this in like a competitive way, then I'd be like breaking all of the beds and taking them with me so that you couldn't have an easy bed, but it's not exactly difficult to find one.
Let me see. That's not something I will do also. That's not me. Let me see over here. Okay, I got some wool. All right, Pix. Usually when I have a guest over on Bingo Friday, I ask them some questions, and it's mainly for distraction reasons, right?
Yeah, sure. This is like the bingo podcast, but also like this is how you wrong foot your opponents.
Let me see. Wait, I'm also trying. Because nobody sees the hard side of asking questions, which is you have to think of the questions while you play
Sure.
bingo, right? Let me see.
Well, let me turn it around on you real quick. When did you start playing Minecraft? I don't think I've ever asked you that. We've known each other for a little while, but I'm not sure like when your Minecraft history really began.
Okay, my Minecraft history. I am different from most creators I've met in the sense that I actually started playing Minecraft in 2019.
Uh-huh,
So,
yeah,
like-
so you're like fairly recent, yeah.
Yes, like 1.14 was my first update,
Mhm.
and essentially, like it was before the pandemic, and like I used to be a musician and a music teacher, and I will do other stuff. My life had nothing to do with Minecraft. I was looking for a game to play with Icadel, my partner, and nothing. I remember Minecraft. Minecraft was a game. I don't know. It seemed like it was good for creative people and stuff like that. She's always been very creative. It seemed something that we could approach together, so we started playing. Then nothing. I started, liking the game a little bit more. I started looking for tutorials on this redstone thing I saw. Like I wanted to I knew redstone was complex and I wanted to look more into it. I had seen videos of people doing like computers and stuff.
Yeah, I think
So
that's everyone's introduction to redstone is always like the most complicated redstone contraption you've ever seen. It's usually somebody invents a computer that can calculate in binary and has like a really complex kind of way of storing information, and then most of the time you think, wow, that's something really complicated, I could never do that, and you find out most players just use redstone to like get more sugarcane farmed and that kind of stuff, and it turns out it's a lot more accessible than that.
and this is gonna sound funny to you. So I started looking into redstone and I found like a redstone 101 video by Mambo, right?
Yeah.
So he kind of like became my guy for like redstone. I didn't know anything about anyone in the Minecraft community, right? And because I
Sure,
was
yeah.
watching his videos on redstone, I also started getting recommendations of him playing on this Hermitcraft server,
Sure,
which
yeah.
to me was like, who would watch somebody else play Minecraft? Like that was my mentality back then, right?
It's so funny looking back at how we used to think when it comes to that stuff, and then just being like, well, this is kind of what I do now, so I'm not
Exactly.
gonna. There's so many other people out there thinking the same way.
But yeah, like it was like, what? Who will watch this, right? Like, why would I waste my time watching other people play? That was my thought. But then
Hmm.
because I had some free time and okay, you know what? I got record. You know how the YouTube thing works. A
Of
video
course,
starts
yeah.
popping up into your thing, and eventually you look at it. So I started watching, and it wasn't that bad, and it was actually quite fun. And I started realizing why you will watch somebody play Minecraft. It's not just a game. It's not like any other game. Like I don't know, why would you watch somebody play Pro Evolution Soccer? Let's say, right? This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
different. So that was interesting to me. And when then I started looking at other creators from like Hermitcraft, and I started getting hooked. And I started also like that's how I got in touch with Twitch, right? I started watching Exuma streams, which I really
Hmm.
enjoyed.
Yeah.
And yeah, then the pandemic happened. Suddenly, all the concerts were canceled, and like
Yeah, your career
lessons,
as a musician and everything, like, yeah, that's rough.
because it was both. I was a performing musician, right? So playing live. I was not like a recording or like it didn't have like I was in a Beatles band, so I would play Beatles songs live.
Yeah, yeah.
This disguised as a Beatle too and everything. It was like with the full package. But and also like teaching, which became really hard in the pandemic too. We started having lessons. Like I worked at an academy, and nothing. Online lessons were tough, and this and that. And suddenly I had all this time, and I said, okay, why not just start streaming and see what happens, right? I didn't even, I don't know. I like my first streams. I saw them as like English practice.
Yeah, yeah.
Also,
That's cool
I
though.
see.
Like,
Yes.
you're joining like an international community as well. Like the people all over the world like play Minecraft, so you've got like a built-in community in that sense, but also it's tough. Like starting out in Minecraft for the first time, especially if it's like not your first language and everything. There's a lot of challenges to that.
Yes, but I wasn't even thinking in those terms. I was just doing it for me, basically. Just streaming,
Sure, yeah,
speaking English. It was fun. I was just doing it, which I feel is the approach you have to take
yeah.
to, because like you can't. I don't know. I wasn't even thinking about views or whatever, or
Hmm.
thinking of it as a career. No, I was just I streamed, and it was strange because of course in my first streams there was no one there,
Yeah.
right? So it became like this kind of like psychological exercise. I don't know how to explain it. There was something I liked to do before the pandemic, some years before that, which was getting like I had like a notebook, and the idea was that you will sit in front of the notebook and just write whatever comes to your mind. Just write. Sit down and write. right? And at some points you will enter like this state of flow where you were kind of like thinking through the page, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you weren't thinking, okay, I'm gonna write this. You were just writing and thinking. And this felt a little bit like it. I was just talking, which was, I think there's a little connection there. So it felt good, and I kept doing it. And one thing led to the other, and okay, here I am playing bingo with you, pigs.
Yeah, yeah. That one thing led to another, and then Minecraft Bingo happened, and the rest is history.
Let me see. I'm not thinking that clearly. But you brought up something interesting, which I didn't expect, which is like getting to know an international community. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like that's extremely valuable. There are not many creators from Uruguay or from South America that on the international scene, right? Or at least that I know of. There are a couple, but not that many. In fact, well, you know the. Okay, I feel like I invited you, and I'm just talking a lot.
No, it's fine.
But you know that there was this like Twitch Uruguay thing happening, right?
Yeah,
When I
yeah, yeah.
was
You were nominated as like one of the best streamers in Uruguay.
yes, it was strange because at first I didn't know who knew about me from here because I didn't have any contact with streamers from here. But also like every streamer from Uruguay, like they streamed in Spanish for the
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Uruguayan public, so they weren't like I realized I'm one of the only Uruguayans that is doing this like for an international audience, which was strange. It was super strange. I totally felt like I was a different fish from everybody else.
Mm-hmm. How did that go, by the way? Did you ever get an idea of like where you ranked, or was it not? Was it just like
I
this
know,
person got announced or whatever?
like the guy that presented the prizes said, "Okay, the winner is this one," and also like they said, and Bruno also got tons of votes. Like out of all, I think I got tons of votes. I didn't see the results. They mentioned me. Like the guy felt the need to mention me for some
Nice.
reason.
So you're
So
at least you've made an impression. That's cool.
yeah. I got an interview later by a guy from Uruguay, which was quite interesting too, because I feel like it's the first time, like, again, there's not many people doing this here. And there is a mentality of, like, we can't do it, actually. Like, nobody thought about the international public for any reason here,
Mm-hmm.
which is strange. Like, I guess it's the language is a barrier, right? Which,
Yeah.
speaking English, you don't realize it that much. But yeah, like I don't know. It was interesting. I felt like it was like the first time I got to talk to people from here and tell them, look, there's a world out there and you can
Mm-hmm.
be a part of it.
Looking at that the other way around, though, do you ever do streams, or have you done streams in Spanish? And what made you start in English in the first place? Was it just like that's the Minecraft content you watch is all English people?
It was like I never did a stream in Spanish. And it was not just like, I don't know, I watched content in English. And as I said, like I've always been in contact with English, right?
Mm-hmm.
Through music and software and things like that.
Yeah, sure.
But because yeah, also that's also something you don't realize that much. But most of the software, particularly when we were young, was like available only in English.
Yeah,
The
yeah. There's
games
not
and
much
stuff.
like documentation in Spanish for software or like language
Or games.
options,
I used to
especially
play
back in the day.
games.
Yeah.
My favorite game was Final Fantasy VIII, which I know you don't like that much. You prefer 7.
Yeah, it's
can
like
know it.
probably my least favorite of the series, but it's a really good series, and it's like it's like Cars and Pixar movies. It's like it's still a good movie, but I don't think it's the best thing they've ever done.
Okay, I'm gonna allow your opinion there, but the thing is, it was in English when I got it. I was a kid and I didn't know English, so I started learning English. Like I started paying attention in English lessons at school, which is kind of like when you have Spanish lessons at school, but nobody pays attention. You just want to get it over.
Yeah,
Like I
sure.
started actually paying attention, so I started learning English, and I never had an excuse for me to speak English. Actually, like I would used to like watch content in English and read English, but I never spoke English. And of course, like you only learn a language when you use it, right?
Yeah.
I used to type and stuff, but it's not the same as just being screaming at a microphone for hours, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was dealing with something. But yeah, so it started mainly as like something I will do with my time. I was like, my thought was also this: I have tons of time. I love playing games. I'm gonna do it streaming. So I'm doing. I don't know. I'm doing something while I'm playing, right?
Yeah, it's a nice excuse to play more video games, is to be like, well, I'm streaming it, so like that's creating value for other people. It's not just me playing video games.
Exactly.
But yeah, like it's amazing the amount of people you end up reaching with a stream, even with like a couple of viewers. Like the first times I would stream, suddenly I was streaming to people that I'd never met before, and they'd be from all over the world. And with English being like a language that a lot of people share just out of necessity, like you, they just kind of finding
Yes.
that they've come across English media in one form or another, and they really want to understand it. And English media, like, I don't know, has some attraction to people because America and the UK and other English language countries are always making stuff and shouting the loudest about the stuff that they make. So a lot of people, like, if they want to learn about Minecraft, they have to start watching English language players because those are just the most prominent YouTube players out there. Like, you want to watch anyone from the Dream SMP and that kind of stuff, right? Like,
there is a big community of like Spanish speaking YouTubers, and there's
Yeah.
like a whole world out there of like nobody knows. Like I talk about you in this interview. Like I said, okay, I got to play with this guy Pixel Reefs. Okay, I actually got this question. They asked me if you could go out, like like have a dinner, for example, with any person in the world. It can be somebody dead, like the typical question.
yeah.
I said Pixel Reefs, actually. I said you, man. It would be interesting to hang out and talk.
Dude, if we get a chance, I want to make you dinner, or like we'll have to make each other dinner, because I feel like going out for a meal is really nice. You get to relax and stuff, but I feel like a really good way of getting to know people is like seeing what they like to cook and what they like to eat at home.
Yes, I love cooking, actually.
Me too.
But one day, I have this as it's like, I don't know if set it as a goal, because like I don't know how, like if I can take actionable steps towards it, but like I want to meet everyone. I want to meet Dish.
Yeah.
I want to meet Dos. I would love to meet you. Like I want to go one day maybe to like an international convention or something.
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
a TwitchCon or whatever. That would be amazing. But yes, okay. But the thing is, I said Pixel Reefs, and nobody had any idea who you were, who the Hermits were. They have no idea, man.
I love to
Zero
hear
idea.
that. Yeah. No, that's so funny though. It's like I don't know. I try and stay humble, obviously. Like I want to get used to the idea that I'm not exactly a household name, considering how many millions, billions of people there are in the world. But occasionally I let my Twitch chat like talk me up a little bit. Occasionally they're like, wow, you get to do this for a living and it's so cool, and like you're one of the coolest people I know, and like I tell all my friends about you and stuff, and I'm like, oh hey, I am kind of a big deal to some people. But then like you end up seeing the other side of that, and obviously there's going to be people out there who have absolutely no idea who you are. Golden apple, by the way, really nice nether portal for me there.
Okay.
I went and dug up exactly the right amount of raw gold for the golden apple. Then I found a golden apple and realized a gold block is also on the card, so I've got to go and find some more gold from somewhere.
Oh, but the gold, yes, you have the raw gold. That is also like a new
Yeah, that's
consideration, which is super interesting.
yeah, that's fun. I've just got most of this from underwater, like the redstone block and everything, and a bunch of iron, because I was like, I don't know where I'm going to find a cave. But yeah, I now realize that I've sort of shot myself in the foot with how much gold I gathered.
Let me see, gonna do this. But you brought up an interesting point there, which is, yes, you have become a household name. Like, you're the survival guide guy, right? And even though, as you said, like, I feel like it's important, and I gotta say, it's one of the things I like about you, Pix. Like, you never got it. It's never up to your head. You never treated me differently, for example, because you were a big name and I was not. Which I think speaks like about humbleness, about understanding too that like in the end we are people, right? You're a guy.
Yeah, yeah. Like
when you go to the toilet, you're not the survival guide guy. You're Pixel. You're like, or not like Johnny. You are Johnny actually.
Yeah,
like, washing your face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it's funny. I've had the opportunity to meet like a few people outside of the context in which they are famous. Like I used to work in a bookstore, and you wouldn't think that like a high street bookshop was going to get a great deal of famous visitors, like, you know, authors would stop by and do signings, but we never really met too many of them. And like a couple of people I knew, like musicians and comedians and stuff, would come in just because they were doing gigs in the area, but then they'd ask me like, hey, where do I pay for this book? And like really mundane questions, like a lady from like a really popular UK sitcom came in at one point and asked me where the other bookshop in town was, because she was meeting a friend there for coffee. And it's not like there was any, you know, starstruck moment there. She was just asking a routine question, and it's not like I could be like, wow, you're a celebrity, can I get your autograph? Like, I'm just providing you with like information because you're a human being and you have places to be, you know?
Yes.
And so
like famous people are people. They are people like you and me. Like exactly.
Yeah, they're just
that is interesting. Like I had a realization moment once regarding that. During my teenage years, I was like a super fan of the Beatles and stuff like that. Later, it became related to my work and all that, right? But like during my teenage years, it was like I was kind of like a fanatic, right? And you know how big the Beatles are. They are as big as you can be, basically, on whatever.
Yeah.
So, but also, I don't know, John Lennon, Paul McCartney, they are more like symbols than people, right? It's easier to see them as like this concept of what a musician is or what a person is, or you see them through their music, right? And they're more like cultural icons rather than people. But one day in 2012, Paul McCartney came to Uruguay. Okay? And I went, of course I was there. I was the first guy in line waiting to get the ticket. Literally, we were at 5 a.m. and the thing opened at like 10. The thing is, okay, the day came, we went over there, and the gig was amazing, of course, like the biggest thing I've ever seen. But also, suddenly Paul McCartney was not this cultural icon, like this abstract concept. No, Paul McCartney was that guy over there, right? Like, I could point at it with my finger.
That guy over there, you know, Paul. Yeah.
That guy over there, that guy, literally, who was there, like that old man over there just dancing, moving around and doing things.
Yeah.
It was just a guy. Like, and at that moment, it was crazy, but I had that moment of like realization of course, it's just a guy, actually.
Yeah.
Like, of course, like that doesn't remove or undermine everything he does, right? Or everything he did or whatever, which I feel is the same. Like, okay, you became a household name of Minecraft, but it was through your work. It was not through any kind of magic. And I feel like also you have a hard time maybe seeing yourself as an icon or whatever, right? Because you saw all the work it took you, and you saw the things you had to do to get there. It was not suddenly. Like, for you, it was a process, and a process that you saw happening, right?
You've been there for the entire journey, like it's...
Exactly. And nobody knows better than you, like, the things you had to go through, right? And all the work and whatever, you know, sleepless nights or whatever. I don't know. Which, it's interesting. It's also something I wanted to ask you in the interview, which is this. It's more from a practical sense of content creation, because I don't know if you knew or you remember, but like on last year, I was working on a series that was Skyblock, right? I was doing a Skyblock series. And it was one of the moments when I decided to like take YouTube kind of like more seriously and work on it. But I had a schedule, and the thing is, I started nothing. Suddenly it was too much, right? To like, I was not arriving to the deadlines, and I started I don't know, for example, I skipped one night once in order to like release a video. I stayed all night up editing. And wait, this was not okay. I'm getting stuff from the last card we look. It's like in my memory.
Oh no. Getting distracted by the...
question is this, like at the same time, I think you were getting started with this new season of the survival guide. And I remember looking at you and saying, how does this guy do it? Like, not how in the sense of how does he get many views or whatever, right? But like, how does he get himself to release videos regularly, in the sense of like, how is your process? That's the kind of questions I started asking myself. Like, how does he tackle a video? How does he say, okay, how do you get to the point where there's no video and to the point where there's a video releasing, right? And,
yeah, I mean, it's with Survival Guide especially, it's like the game hands you so much of that. Like I think it's more difficult in a situation like Skyblock because you've got to follow a certain progression. You know, you've got to figure out what you're going to farm next in order to approach the next stage of Skyblock. It sort of feels like a more linear experience than you expect it to be. But I feel like with Survival Guide especially, you can take your survival world in any direction you want to, so you just keep going.
Yes, but there is like you can get a progression right on regular Minecraft. There is like a progression line you can follow. But my question was more as to how you organize your work. It's more like a craftsmanship thing, not okay, because many people see you and see like creators and they think, okay, these people just play games, but like there's much more to that for what you do, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Your job is not playing Minecraft. Your job is making videos about Minecraft. Like, that's it, right?
Yeah, like it turns out that a lot of work happens once you switch off the cameras and you're like, oh, now I have to edit this. I feel like right now, I made a video the other day about Minecraft Bingo, and I sat down and started to edit it, and then I remembered that my control key doesn't work, and so keyboard shortcuts are really hard.
Ooh.
And so I'm like, yeah, I might delay doing this until I feel like I have either a working keyboard again, or I have the patience to sit down and deal with the fact that I have to really think about pressing the right control when I want to hit Control S to save the project.
Man,
but
Control
yeah,
S for me is like second nature now. But
okay. Yeah, like I do it reflexively, and that's the problem, because then instead of doing that, I hit S because the control key doesn't work, and then it means that like whatever it is I'm trying to do just doesn't doesn't happen, and like I turn off the snap tool in Premiere, and suddenly I'm like moving stuff around that I didn't mean to.
Okay, I didn't want to distract you from what you were saying, but I just found the mangrove swamp.
Oh, you did? Dang it. Okay.
It's quite a thing.
That's huge. That's big for you. Well done there. I just found a buried treasure map in the hope that it would have TNT in the buried treasure chest. It didn't. So I've got some more diamonds that I probably will not use. Although I have 3 diamonds now, so I might make a diamond pickaxe. Not that it's going to help much, but I might do it.
Diamonds are easier now. I feel like everybody said, okay, diamonds are harder since 1.18, but for me they are easier. There's more diamonds.
Yeah, they're so easy. Yeah. I don't know what people are talking about. Like it's more reliable finding them, especially at lower elevations, and man, there's so many of them if you go underwater, and I don't know. I've never had I think a lot of the time people struggle with stuff in Minecraft because they have limited time to play, and so they don't want to spend all of their time just like digging through deep slate and strip mining. But if you've got a couple of hours in your day that you can spend doing that and then still go on to play all of the Minecraft that you want to play, I feel like we see it from a slightly different perspective. So like I always I try and think about it that way and think, yeah, the average person playing this only has like an hour or 2 to play on the weekends, and they don't want to just spend that time collecting diamonds, you know?
Yes, but also I think it's more, I don't know, like the game changed, right? So you need new strats to find diamonds. I feel like some people like approach diamond mining the way they always did, not just from the high level, but like I feel like there are easier ways to find diamonds if you need some quick diamonds for whatever. Of course, like getting a stockpile of diamonds for buying stuff if you're in a server that has like a shopping district or whatever is more difficult. But I don't know, like going to the deepest level and mining a one wide thing, like there are tons of diamonds. I feel I don't know. I never felt like I had to like go out of my way to get tons of diamonds. But still,
yeah, I feel like most of the time now I'm getting building resources. Like I'm looking for a ton of deep slate, and I get the diamonds almost as a byproduct of that. And I think that's a similar approach that you take in Bingo, where you're trying to find things that have synergy, right? Like you're looking for a mangrove swamp because you need muddy mangrove roots. You can also get the mangrove propagule there, and you probably have a good idea of where you're going to get slimes from. And like I'm doing that whenever I'm playing. I'm playing in like deep slate levels, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna acquire a lot of deep slate. If I get a ton of diamonds and other materials as part of that, that's a bonus. But it's not always my objective. It's just looking ahead to whatever's next.
Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna finally on a swamp at night. Let's see if I get lucky. Um, Here we go.
You don't have multiplayer sleep turned on, right?
No.
I was gonna say
No.
it
No.
occurs to me I could very easily ruin your day if that was the case.
You are OP now on this server though, so.
I mean, I'm not gonna just run a command in the middle of your bingo run. That'd be the worst. That'd be such a bad thing to do.
Something. Okay, what you're dealing with a thing that popped up. So how you okay? We've been playing bingo. We haven't talked like at all about our bingo runs up to now. So how do you feel about the 1.19.3 bingo like as you are playing it? Do you think it's easier to like certain things that were easier before are not that easy now?
I think it's much harder to find a swamp. That's the main thing I'm finding. Like, I find mushroom islands way more frequently when I'm out in oceans, because I'm out in oceans a lot. I kind of agree with Slice Lime. I think the biomes could maybe be a little smaller, because there is just a lot of space out here, and it feels a bit more like 1.18 terrain naturally is. Especially when you cross an ocean and you can't see land on the other side, which is where I'm at right now.
Let me see. Okay, this and this. There we go.
I'm looking at what else I have to get and where I'm going to get it. You know what? I ran into a woodland mansion in one of my runs the other day, and I don't think I'd ever seen a woodland mansion in a bingo run before. And I ended up raiding it to get bookshelves.
And this is like something I always find interesting, which is the following. I didn't know woodland mansions were a thing until the first time like we raided one on Don't Die December.
Oh, was that the first?
Like,
yeah, was that your first time? Yeah.
My first time even getting to know about the structure. Like I had no idea about the structure. It was the strangest thing I saw in Minecraft, like literally.
They're so big as well. Like they're so different to most other structures.
Exactly.
I think
they are the structure that looks more like a build, actually, right?
Yeah,
like something somebody will build.
And ocean monuments, I think, were the largest structure before that, except maybe strongholds and mine shafts. But they're different. They're like a series of corridors, right? Like that's the woodland mansion actually feels like a house somebody lives in. Which is so weird.
Yes. And all the, like, it's super strange, like, the cat structures with the wool and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's so strange. It's so different from everything you'll find. Let me see. Okay, creepers are not dropping gunpowder. Let me see.
Oh, yeah, I should probably
And
get gunpowder, shouldn't I? for the TNT block.
Okay, I can't find... Oh! Oh, no, it's a frog. Yeah, okay, I was used to on Bingo 1.16, so like I see something jumping in a swamp and it's a slime. Now there are frogs here.
Oh, yeah. At least they're not the green frogs, though, so they're not that much of a fake out.
Here we go. This. And this here. Okay, no slimes.
I don't know if it's just because I'm playing this with you and I feel like there's like more pressure or something, but I haven't done a bunch of the stuff that I would normally do in a bingo run. Like I haven't made myself a shield. Like I'm trying to dodge all of these skeletons shooting arrows at me. Like I'm worried about creepers blowing up and I don't have any of the gunpowder that they dropped.
There we go. We got the cracked deep slate. It's strange because I'm both thinking about the run but not thinking about the run.
Yeah. You're kind of doing it on autopilot at this point.
Yes, but it's actually interesting to see how automated my bingo skills are in a sense.
Yeah.
Maybe I will be a better player if I just didn't think I just go like you do. Maybe that's the key.
Well, improvising is one of the things we learn in Minecraft. That's sort of how most runs end up getting played. But this is a very different kind of improvising.
Okay, this is the second night. Okay, that makes sense that I'm not getting a slime. Kind of.
Oh, I got a music disc. Unfortunately, we don't need that for anything, but hey, I got one. Do you ever, like, whenever you need room to breathe in a bingo run, do you ever just, like, jump in a river or like, grab a boat and just row out? Because I find I do that all the time now just to get away from everything. I'm like, everything's shooting at me,
like,
there's skeletons and stuff. I just, like, I just run
like
for the nearest
it's kind
water.
of like a shield. Like, when
Yeah,
you're getting
yeah.
shot by just jumping to the water, that's like a good strat.
Yeah.
Also, because you always have to move in bingo, right? You always have to look for something different. Taking the... Wait, give me a second. Okay, they started picks. My chat started doing the TTS thing.
Oh, of course they have. I'm so glad that I don't have that installed on my thing, because... Oh, man. The distraction is too real.
Okay. Let me see. I think okay, they are screaming go, go, bingo in my ear. This is not ideal. There we go. Okay, nice. I managed to perform a skip. Let me see. Okay, where are the slimes? Okay, I can focus on the game now. That was a moment of getting completely taken away from it. Here we go. Okay, I think I see a slime. What have you got? You have got quite a bit of stuff.
I think after the slime, this is going to be a race to see who finds an azalea tree. Or some moss.
The azalea tree, I always thought it was hard, but it never turned out to be like one of the things that got me stuck in a run.
I figure, like, lush caves are eventually going to turn up, and they're pretty easy to spot, like an azalea from the surface. But, or you can get moss and do the moss trick, I guess. But, yeah, I figure it's just difficult to find the first thing that gets you going, and then it's not difficult at all after that.
Okay, no slimes. This is gonna be tough because now I know where a swamp is, okay? But what do? Decision making is such a big thing in bingo. Like, I sacrifice this swamp that I know it's here. Going to get the other stuff and I could go underground. Or do I stay until the next night because this may be the only swamp I find? Let me see. Oh, interesting. No.
I'm pretty sure we've gone in totally opposite directions, but I feel like you should stay there and guard the swamp in case I show up.
Okay. When I build a fort so you can see it from far away.
Oh, never mind. I found my own.
Okay. Is it a mangrove
look
one?
at this. It's a mangrove. I don't know if there's going to be any other swamp nearby, but this is a chance. It's not going to spawn slimes right now, but... I'm still waiting for that elusive run where one of us actually finds a slime in a cave. It's going to happen one of these days.
It's so hard, though. It's like... Some of those things are like completely unreliable, or I think, like, I used to think on Windows 16 that you couldn't like craft an enchanted book. I know that this may sound ridiculous because I know, for example, No Leaf Clover crafts them in his runs. And he I think on his PV run he does that, but I never go for that. I never go for crafting the enchanted book. So you never know what is actually like. I think you have to like take advantage of whatever you find, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like I always went for it in dungeons because it just sounded easier to find a dungeon and get lucky than it did to get a diamond pickaxe, mine obsidian, get a book, find 2 more diamonds for an enchanting table. You know, like that sounds like a longer process than just getting lucky, even though your luck is so unreliable when it comes to dungeon loot that it's probably more reliable to go looking for the enchanting table to begin with.
Okay, there we go. I found a sunken ship. I don't know how useful this is going to be. Let me see. I'm going to take a moment and look at my card actually and see what I need. That, that will be nice. A nice strat.
Yeah. Checking your bingo card is usually a good strategy for bingo. I found a swamp right nearby as well, so this is where I'm going to camp out. What else do I need? I need the slime still. I need to craft a dispenser. I've got everything I need to do that.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
You can hold on. Don't do it. There's no
I was really worried that I'd thrown away all of the redstone after I crafted the redstone block, but luckily I still have some.
I found the geode, and I'm a little bit disappointed that we don't get geode stuff. I found quite a bit of geodes, like for a number of geodes. I'm always like, okay, why?
I am curious why geodes aren't part of it. Like, it's still quite rare to find one. You can spot them easily from oceans, but they're still, like, not that common. And, yeah, I think, like, even making a spyglass or something, like, it's a fun crafting recipe and not everybody does it, so I think it'd be a good addition to this version of bingo.
The spyglass. The thing is, maybe it can be too much hit and miss. Because I got the sensation that I found quite a bit of geodes. But I'm not sure if I need one. I'm sure it's not going to be there. Like, that's bingo. That's just how bingo
yeah,
is.
sure. It's cursed. We know this, but yeah, chances are, if you're looking for it, then you find the quick ways of locating that stuff, don't you? Right? Like, I think you can get much faster at finding geodes if you know you have to look for one.
Yes, the thing is, I don't know, because my counter argument is an example, which is the pumpkin. Like, right? Like, you need a pumpkin, like, where there's no kind of, like, method behind finding it other than just running, which I feel that can be a little bit random. But then again, there are things like that on the cards, right?
Yeah, like anything that's based in biomes. And I think this was part of Slice Lime's argument, is that right now it doesn't feel like there is much skill to finding a mangrove swamp. You just have to keep running until you find one, was I think what he was getting at. And yeah, I kind of agree. Bear with me right now. I just got raided, so I'm going to mute for a second.
Okay.
Azuma, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, folks. Hope you all had a good one.
Guys. Diamonds
I'm
on
playing,
the left. Diamonds where?
I'm playing Minecraft Bingo with my good friend Bruno here. He's a wonderful streamer from Uruguay. Mods might be able to post a multi-stream link, or maybe I can do that if I still have it copied. There we go. If you want to watch both of us play, we're competing right now in a pretty relaxed sense in a 1.19 bingo world that Bruno has set up. If you go check out Bruno's stream, there might be a chance for viewers and stuff to join in later. So do go check him out. He's a wonderful guy. He plays bingo and all sorts of other Minecraft stuff regularly. Thank you once again, Azuma, for the raid. And thank you to anybody who wants to stick around. If you got to hop off, I completely understand. This isn't my usual stream day or stream time anyway, so it feels a little odd streaming around here. But yeah, sit back and enjoy. I'm not going to be talking to chat too much because I'm concentrating on this. And right now my next task is finding slime for a lead. So I'm going to unmute and we'll hear Bruno.
Anything from yesterday. Here we go. Hello.
Right.
That's better.
I am back.
Welcome back. I stood very still when you were gone. Didn't get anything. Just, I thought it would be fair.
Oh, that's fine. I'm still looking around for shipwrecks and other bits and pieces, but I'm not finding a huge amount, and I don't want to stray too far from this swamp biome. So we'll see if we find anything around here.
You still have yeah. It's not night yet. It's the middle of the day.
I'm thinking I spend 5 minutes looking for a dripstone cave and a shipwreck so that I can try and find moss or anything like that. I don't know where there's going to be a lush cave around here, though.
Oh, I have... Okay, I was wondering why I was not droning. I have a Respiration 3 helmet that I found.
Oh, nice. Yeah, those are handy.
I was like, is there something wrong with the server or something like that? Like, am I... No.
I feel like there's now way more reason to go to get the water breathing potions from loot chests now from buried treasure, because you do way more swimming if you're looking for precious resources in caves and stuff, and they're so much deeper than they were.
They weren't there before, right? Like I never like it's something like on the previous bingo. I never found one. I think
I can't remember when they added them to loot chests, but it might be a new thing. Yeah. Chat will know.
There we go,
Chat will
got
be
that.
able to look it up on the wiki or something. Yeah, people in my chat are pointing out it's a very strange thing to wonder. Why am I not drowning?
Yeah.
You're like, how often do you get to have that thought? Well, Advantage Pixel I have found an azalea tree.
Okay. I have moss, which is not as good, but it's a step
Yeah,
in the
you'll
right
get-
direction.
You'll get there eventually. You just got to find some bone meal if you don't have it.
Let me see. I'm going to go mining for gold in a mesa. Found a mesa. Never thought I'd do this, but here we go. That is the thing. Finding a gold block is not useful for the raw. Like you need to go and mine it.
Yeah, you don't have to... You can't rely on the... what do you call it? The ruined portals for getting a gold block anymore.
Yes. Okay, here. And there are mine shafts. But I don't know like if that means something or not.
Yeah, I haven't seen that many mine shafts in the few bingo runs that I've done, so I assume that they're not gonna be that useful. And again, it's kind of luck whether you find one or not. I suppose you can find them more frequently in mesas, but
No gold over here.
I didn't get a flowering azalea sapling from taking down the first tree, so now I'm growing the saplings I did get. There we go.
There we go, Chopping Friday.
Yeah. Who expected a Chopping Friday? Who had Chopping Friday on their bingo card? All right.
Let me see. Down here,
That's
there's nothing.
that. I'm still kind of amazed that we haven't found dripstone caves yet.
Yes,
like,
I usually like find them everywhere on bingo. I haven't
Yeah.
had problems with that.
They're actually a really common underground biome, and they're usually very, very visible from the surface, which is why it's kind of a surprise to me that we haven't just bumped into one.
Okay,
I'm
a
going the wrong
wind
way.
portal, that's nice. Apple, no. Efficiency 5 golden pickaxe. This mine's quite fast. Don't know
Yeah,
if I'll need
that'll be
for anything.
that'll be good.
You know what will be good too? Not stepping in the lava.
A recommended course of action.
There we go. Okay, I'm
tell
still
you-
alive though. Still alive and burning.
It's actually kind of difficult for me looking at the bingo card this way and still recognizing what I have or don't have, because I never play this competitively, so I
Yes,
still...
on multiplayer, it's quite...
I-
when you
I
got teams, that is way worse. Like, it's a mess. And I have
Yeah.
asked knowing if there was like a way to add like a counter or something, but apparently it's not that easy.
Yeah, like a scoreboard or something, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I can just about figure it out now. I'm getting there. Mostly I think about what haven't I got yet. Like, there's no way I could have got dripstone or a lead or...
You have to actually remember what you've done in
Yeah,
order to know.
up until just now,
Okay.
there was no way I could have had mangrove, so...
Okay, it's night.
The slime
There we
search
go,
begins.
Very nice. You know what? I'm gonna mine for some more gold.
The other thing about it taking so long to find a swamp is that you can so rarely get there on night one. So, like, your chances of finding a slime are reduced just because of moon phase now. It's tricky.
Beam. Okay, got 4. Let me see. Yeah, the slime is a big one now.
Really big. It was tough before, but I feel like now it's almost ridiculous.
Well, I don't know if, like, I don't feel it was, like, super tough before. Like, it was just a matter of finding a swamp quickly. Right? There are strats. They are dangerous. Like pillaring up on the swamp and all that. It can work. It can also backfire because when you go down, like what I do is I pillar up using slabs.
Mm-hmm.
So only stuff in the swamp can spawn. Oh, but the thing is, then again, you see a slime, you jump down, everything's there. Like literally everything's trying to kill you.
You're surrounded by creepers and zombies and everything else.
Spider.
The other strat I've seen people discuss is going to find an ancient city because they have leads in the loot chest.
Oh.
And
Oh. That's not okay. I wasn't aware of that, but that's. I feel like what kind of stuff can you find at an ancient city? Like you can find amethyst too there.
Yeah, leads,
if you had the amethyst shard.
golden apples. Although it's mostly enchanted golden apples, which don't count on the bingo card, so that's kind of
there is that
there's a blessing and a curse. But then you also have diamond hose there, which will show up on a bingo card, and it's easier to find diamonds, I think, and craft your own. But if you were going for it and you wanted to try and get a quick time, and there was also like a skulk block on the bingo card, then you could try that. But good luck finding an ancient city first try.
It's not. I don't know. I never had problems finding ancient cities. Kind of. I've done a couple ancient city searching streams, but they are mostly under a mountain. You see a mountain. Okay, there must be one down there.
Yeah, and it's just
like
running into it. Like, you usually find Deep Dark there, and then at least you can get the Skulk and try and figure out what's next, but I don't see it being that easy to, you know, call the shot and find an ancient city when you say you're going to. Just thinking in terms of, like, the quickest way of doing stuff. Turns out this swamp is not too great for spawning slimes.
Yes, I feel like maybe mangrove swamps have tons of stuff that block. They are quite dense, right? So they may block slime spawns.
Yeah, and I found another swamp like opposite that on the other side of the ocean, but it is really far away. And there's one. Okay. As soon as I started trash talking the slimes, one appeared. Yeah, exactly. A creeper exploded behind me, so I turned around to look, and there was a giant slime on the shore. So I was like, "Yep, no, I can fight this guy now." And the skeleton is helping me. Okay. Okay, we have slime. Now all we have to do is live.
Okay, that's. Let me see, TNT. Is one more creeper. I'm not getting lag with the slimes today.
I bet you I'm going to get like a trident drowned or something is going to come out here. It is going to kill me whilst I'm underwater trying to make a new boat because I left my old one. I think that's another thing that's increased since the new bingo. I've had a lot more tridents thrown at me.
Really, I always have tridents thrown at me. I feel like it's a thing I have. I remember there was one Clash of the Creators where like the thing was, I think it was the one where you couldn't region. Like we were on the same team. And like I said, okay, I'm gonna do this. I can do this. Jump into the water. The first thing I get is a thread in the face. 4 hearts of damage. It was quite brutal.
So rough. I miss those, man. I really wish they'd do them again. I understand why they don't, because the team who made those events is very busy, but I really liked Clash of the Creators.
It was super fun. It was super fun.
Obviously, like, MCC is the big thing, and, like, there's Twitch rivals and all kinds of other, like, competitive events like that, but Clash was always really
Yeah,
fun.
but it's different. I played at MCC, like the MCC rivals, and it's quite a different experience. Like the
Yeah.
thing I like in particular about, or I liked in of Clash of the Creators was first like the teams, right? All the strat, like you had like it was one objective usually, right? With minor objectives, so like you had one goal basically. You
Yeah.
had to strategize regarding that. MCC is more like, okay, here's these tons of games, and suddenly you're playing something, and then you have to switch like to another thing and play a different thing. I really like the it was vanilla, right? So I think that's great. On MCC,
Yeah,
you
like
always have like this crazy thing happening.
that's kind of why I like doing stuff like Clash of the Creators, but I don't think I'd be good with MCC, is because my strength is playing survival Minecraft. I feel like when it comes to the minigame side of things, I'm much less experienced with that kind of stuff, and it requires a different skill set than what I have.
Yeah, it's more like technical skill. Like
Yeah.
definitely technical skill and reflexes and stuff. And it's way harder than it looks.
Yeah, I bet.
I can tell you that. But yeah, main Clash was super fun. And I felt like I really like, I don't know why, maybe it's just how I am, but what, or maybe it's the games, but I felt like I was really engaged with them. I really wanted to play. I really wanted to try to do my best. I felt like the games were fun and they were like a test of your skill, as you said, like your survival knowledge.
All right, it is just the dripstone block for me. It's down to the wire.
Okay, I'm not that close. But you never know. You never know. You never know. Maybe. Maybe do this. Two,
Yeah, I got
three.
really lucky finding that slime. That's all I'll say. It's a lush cave under there.
Come on. I'm gonna kill these frogs, man. I see them and I think they're slime. They just play messing with my mind.
Yeah. I think the thing about finding slimes in caves as well, like we were talking about that earlier and how it seems kind of unlikely. I think it's really down to how much time you actually spend in a cave. Because the big caves that you find in 118 terrain, I think you find slimes way more frequently than you used to because of just how wide they are, and there's more spawning space. But you don't spend that much time in a cave in a bingo run because it's just dangerous and you can get the resources faster on the surface.
Yes, and like something I learned from Lime, and I don't know if you do, but like going for the underground stuff last.
Yeah. Yeah,
like
I tend to do
stress.
that.
So you don't have to come up, right? You don't have that time waste of climbing up.
Yeah, pillaring back up from like low coordinates is such a pain.
And now it's worse. Like now it's really worse. If you have to go and get a deep dark thing, and then you have to come back up, that's like just okay. No slime.
How many bingo runs are we going to end just dying to the warden because he's spawned in already, so you may as well, right?
Yeah, I never had a warden yet. I haven't summoned a warden. You did. I think I heard you did.
I did at the end of a run when I was finished, and the last thing I got was a skulk sensor or a shrieker. But then there was one where I ran into an ancient city and figured I'll look in the chests just in case there's a golden apple or something. And got a couple of enchanted apples, but I think maybe we had to craft the regular apple. But then on the way out, I did naturally summon a warden because I was just running around too much. But by that time, I could like run away from him and just leave him be.
There we go. That worked. The most worked first try.
Nice. I bet I've gone past I must have gone past a bunch of dripstone caves. There's probably been some like under the ocean that I've just not seen.
Let me see. Also, we've been on this run for an hour.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about this, but we can like for the next one set like a time limit so it becomes more dynamic. I don't know if you reset that much while you play. or you always like try to complete the card?
No, I always reset. Like if I started off thinking 1 hour was going to be like sub hour was going to be a decent time for new bingo, and then after I got my PB, it was like, oh, there's Dripstone. Okay, we're just about to finish this one anyway.
There we go. Okay.
But yeah, I got to like 48 minutes. What was the first one? 48, 49 minutes, and I thought, well, at this point, GG. At this point, I'm not gonna worry about like trying to complete a card. If it goes over 49 minutes, 50 minutes, then that'll do, right? Like, there's no sense if the whole reason I'm doing it is to compete for time.
Here we go. Okay, we could. Okay, let's set a time limit then. The thing is, you think that I think the same, right? But like No Leaf Clover, the guy with a PB of 15 minutes 45, like he never resets.
On the old bingo, right?
Yes, on the old bingo. On the old bingo.
Yeah.
We have to see on this one. So if we set a time limit, what should it be? Sub what?
I think 45. I think if either of us completes the card in 45 minutes, I mean, that's beating my PB
Right.
for a start. But I think that's a reasonable goal to look for at this point. I think if you got lucky and if we had like the right card and stuff, you might be able to get it down to a 30-minute time in this generation. But I think 45 is sensible.
Okay. So at 45 minutes, if nobody has completed the card, we end the run. Whoever's got the most items wins then.
Sure.
You
Yeah.
1-0. Okay, nice,
Yeah.
nice. Do you want to roll again? You're still the guest, even though you're winning.
Yeah. Do you want to roll this one? We'll make it fair. We'll alternate.
Okay. But I'm gonna ask my chat a number between 1 and 30. Come on, guys, write it in chat. Let me see.
I'm gonna pour myself some more water.
Okay, 22.
Thanks so much to anyone who's subbed and
2, 3,
resubs.
for
I
los
will read those
patitos.
at the end of the stream,
3.
so please do
I'm
stick
gonna
around for
start
that.
over
Thank you.
because I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. There we go. This is the card. This is the
Oh,
card.
there's a goat horn. There's a goat horn on it.
No,
I
the
don't-
gold horn. Okay.
I don't like this one.
I don't
To be
like
fair,
the gold horn.
it's like if we're setting a 45-minute time, unless one of us finds a pillager
Yes.
outpost, neither of us is going to go for the goat horn. So it's fine that
is
it's on
the
this card.
thing. It's a different game when you have a time limit, actually.
Yeah, it is.
It's
It
not
is.
get all the items. It's a different game. It's get as many items as you can.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, the jukebox makes the return. We have the glow ink sack over here with the
haven't-
glow item frame.
I haven't done moss carpet before. That's not one that I've had on my run
never.
yet.
Look, copper. You are the copper
Yeah.
king. What's your strat for copper?
I took your strat. You said make 4 blocks and space those out, and like the more blocks you have, you
Yes.
just break the first one that ages. It makes perfect sense. Like totally agree.
Yes. What are the mechanics of? Do you know? Okay, you build David. Okay.
Yeah.
You are David. David, el padre de David.
David, yeah. Yeah, no. The whole idea is that if it's within 4 blocks of another copper block, it's slower. I think Azuma did some tests, and he found that it's actually faster the further away it gets. So, like, if you have 2 copper blocks next to each other, they age slower than if you have a copper block
I see.
1 block apart from the other, and then that's slower than 2 blocks apart, and then basically it gets faster the further away it is, but 4 blocks between them is the limit. So 1 copper block, 4 blocks of air, another copper block is the best chance to age them.
Okay, so there's not. Okay, it's not that the timer gets boosted when there is a copper block at a certain distance. It's that it doesn't get nerfed then.
Yeah, basically that's what it is. Like
Okay.
a lot of people
so there's
think
no advantage. Yes.
some people think that if you have like fully aged copper nearby that stuff ages faster, and it's not. It's that the newer copper blocks age it slower. So like yeah, basically fully aged copper doesn't affect it in any way, but
Yes. It's just superstition. The thing is, so there's no advantage because I used to think maybe that by putting, let's say, you put a block. I'm gonna mess with the lobby. No, I can't. I can't place blocks. I'm in adventure. So you place 1 in the middle, and then you surround it with 4. That one in the middle does not have a higher chance. Then they
No.
all have the same chance. Okay, understood. But yes, I feel like the advantage is in the numbers, right? Because it's random tick based.
Yeah.
So the many dice, the more dices you're rolling, the better.
Yeah. And you can obviously like you can do other stuff as long as you're within random tick range. So you can go caving and then come back up, and if it's aged too far, you just like scrape it a couple of times with an axe, and you can still get the exposed copper. Like you can do stuff like that.
I heard people didn't like exposed copper, but I like it. I feel like it's kind of like the egg in the sense that you have to wait, but you can strategize as to where to deploy it and go down or do other stuff, right?
Yeah, I think it's kind of smart, giving you more stuff to think about with the aged copper.
Okay, Mangrove Swamp makes a return. Over there. The gold horn, nobody's gonna get it. Goodbye. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready.
I think sweet berries is also going to be one of those. I'm calling it now. I don't know if anyone's going to get sweet berries.
I never thought about that, but okay, I'm gonna keep an eye open for sweet berries now. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I was gonna
we're
hit
in.
the thing. Okay,
I got there first. There's a lot of taiga around here. Do you see any sweet berries? Because I don't.
No, I don't. I saw other interesting stuff.
Oh.
No berries. Okay, you may be onto something.
Yeah, I think you also end up with like podzol taiga generating a lot, and those I don't think have berries in. So there's
there's a huge mountain, right where we don't have any deep dark stuff to go get.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. There's not too much caving to do in this. You've got one diamond to get, and there's was one redstone, I guess. Oh wait, no, target block. So there's more redstone than that. But even that is not very much. Hey Joel, thanks for the raid. Me and Bruno are playing bingo, so sorry if I'm not looking at chat all that much. Yeah, I tend to dig down first. I don't do it exactly the same way that some people do it. Like some people dig down after they've crafted a pickaxe. I tend to craft the pickaxe once I'm already in the hole. I put the crafting table over my head. Because
one trick I grabbed from you, because I watched the first episode of the survival guide, the new one, and I like you said, oh, you got your you can use your wooden pickaxe. It's actually useful as fuel.
Yeah, yeah.
So I do it on bingo. It's quite useful. Like when you need to smelt one thing and you have that thing taking space.
Yeah, like if you need if you have an iron block on the bingo card and you need 9 iron for that, then really you just got to put 1 coal and 8 iron in there, and then the 9th iron can be smelted using the wooden pickaxe, and it saves you getting 2 pieces of fuel or wasting fuel.
Here we go. 15, 16.
For once, we don't need pumpkins for anything.
I feel like pumpkins are easier now. I don't know why.
I've seen them more frequently, but yeah, I think it's there's more pumpkin patches, and I think there's more opportunities to find them in other ways as well. Like, I don't know if that's strictly a 118 thing, but I'm finding if it's not villages, it's shipwrecks have them more frequently, or like other stuff will have them. I think more terrain variety, like flatter terrain and stuff like that, is also part of it. Like you tend to see pumpkins more easily if there's contrast behind them, like there's a hillside, whereas like the old terrain used to be very flat, so you didn't used to be able to see pumpkins as easily because you were looking at a forest or something.
See this here. This. Okay, you got the squid.
Yeah, when it's
I'm gonna be stubborn here, and I'm gonna search in the taiga. Let's see what comes up. Nothing. No berries.
Yeah, it's not going to be worth it. I think berries are one of those things that we're going to have to just explore as much as possible and then grab them if you see them, But I think looking around in a specific biome, if you don't see them right away, just ends up wasting time.
Here.
Here's something else that I tend to do that I'm not doing as much on this run, but like a lot of the time, if I've got a ton of stuff that needs crafting later, I will wait to craft it until I've got a ton of other stuff to craft. Like you do all of the crafting in one go, and then you move on. And I'm doing that less now because I think because we're in a voice call, and so my brain is scattered enough by.
I 100% understand that effect.
Yeah, trying to maintain a conversation whilst also trying to think about bingo stuff is difficult. It's more difficult than talking to chat, and I don't know quite why.
Well, for once, chat can actually help you. I don't know how is your chat, but my chat sometimes help me. Sometimes they don't, though.
And sometimes they do the other thing, yeah.
Which is an interesting balance. But it's yeah, it may be easier. Let me see. This here. Okay, got some stuff going. Gonna put the pickaxe in the furnace. A pixel with trade market trick.
I don't know if I can trademark that. I'm pretty sure people have been doing it before I did.
Well, I trademarked the survival guide, so...
Yeah, you did.
By the way, we have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Do you get...
After stream. I can't make any legal decisions live on stream.
Your lawyer told you the good advice of not to do it.
Yes. Yeah, my lawyer said I should maintain a professional silence.
Okay, finding iron. I'm not finding coal. My pickaxe can only smelt so many items. I didn't even check how much iron we're going to need for this. I know there's an iron block.
I mean, there's an iron block and there's a bucket, so at least 12. We don't need glow squid. Oh, we know we do need glow squid for the... That's the other thing that catches me out about some of the new stuff, is having to remember that there are new crafting recipes to consider. And I don't make glow item frames at all in survival, so I just realized we're going to need one of those.
Yes, you still have to like incorporate the new recipes to your arsenal. Let me see.
Grab the glow squid while I can.
Well, it's good, I feel. Like, again, what we said about Bingo 1.16, like, I will get... Like, you learn the recipes more.
Mm-hmm.
So this will actually mean that this will increase your skill at regular Minecraft too.
Sweet berries. I found them.
Okay, I'm going to move. There's no coal here.
There's actually tons of sweet berries here.
Finding the sweet berries is not allowed. We'll have to start over.
Yeah, we're going to have to disqualify me, I think.
Yes, I can do slash. There we go.
Please nerf. I've started this run completely the opposite way to how I did the last one. The last one I went into a waterlogged cave straight away and started finding iron and redstone and everything. This one I'm doing all of the exploration first. I don't know why.
Let me see. Rabbit, we do need a rabbit. And we don't need the orange concrete too. It throws me off, man. When you break something and the thing jumps away.
Yeah,
always catches me off guard.
It's a little distracting. Oh, and the boat bug is back as well, where you get like stuck in a boat and you have to like
that's
break it to jump out. Yeah, I think it must be a server thing. Yeah.
Okay, now I found a golden apple in the portal. Where were you last run?
Yeah, exactly. I find that this is the other thing. I can understand why people have superstitions around bingo, because the same stuff always happens. Like, the next run, you always get the item that you needed. Like, the pumpkin is right there at spawn that took you 40 minutes to find in your previous bingo run. Like, it always happens that way.
I always joke about that, but there is actually like you tend to remember the times you can't get something, right?
Yeah, totally.
Like it's a bias kind of thing.
Yeah,
Where,
it sticks in the mind,
if you
yeah.
get it straight away, you don't remember, but it's not memorable. Whereas that pumpkin, you can't find.
Yeah. you develop a grudge at that point.
See, my chat. You know what my chat does? Because there is a downside to having TTS, and there is an upside. The upside is when they see me clearly missing something, like I just did, they will go and do it and say, Bruno, Bruno, get the thing. Now I know I gotta go back. Okay, a melon. Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to miss so many opportunities for small items here that I could very easily get. Like the magma block. I'm like, those are everywhere. It's so easy to find them in caves, and I'm probably
it's so
just
easy
going
to forget them too.
Yeah, exactly. Easy to find, therefore easy to forget.
I mean, that's the thing you see. I've been watching No Leaf Clover play, and you can tell he doesn't forget about that. Like, I don't know how, like, when he came here, he could remember everything. Like, he looked at the card, he knew every item he needed to get, like all the ingredients, and he always had them present. You know, something kind of surprised me. Like, he has been playing Bingo for 9 years. Bingo is quite old, actually, which is something I never.
Yeah. I played it ages ago with the people from the first server that I joined, Decidedly Vanilla, and that was back when it was Lorgon's version of it, and I never never made the connection until more recently that I was like, oh yeah, this is basically just that. Lorgon is credited in the lobby, and I haven't been playing it consistently since then or anything, but there's obviously a connection.
There we go.
Oh, Bruno. I've just spotted something that could turn this game around.
No, what do you get? Another berry? No, that couldn't change the outcome, actually.
It wouldn't be another berry. I have seen a pillager outpost.
Okay. If you get the gold horn...
You're definitely going to have to nerf me if I get the goat horn.
I'm sorry, that's not allowed. I'm gonna call my mods here.
The funny thing is, like, you're gonna have got all of the smaller stuff, like all of the, you know, the tropical fish, the the flint and steel, the mushroom stew, all of the stuff that's easy to get. And I'm gonna have 3 items at the end of this, which are going to be the goat horn,
the goat horn, the berry,
the mangrove sapling, and the sweet berry. Yeah. Oh, this is really bad, actually. There's a ton of pillagers here.
You know what's the strat? My strat for the pillager apples is you get out. Like, you just run.
I have the goat horn.
I
have the goat horn. And there's wheat in the chest, so I have the packed mud.
Mods, you know what to do.
Ban from the chat. Yeah, I think I can maybe jump out this way and... Oh, just reach the ocean. Okay, and there's...
Let me see.
You know what's funny? There were tropical fish right here, and I now can't hit any of them. There we go. I jumped into a school of tropical fish, and then they just all swam around until I couldn't hit any of them.
It always surprises me, a school of fish. Okay.
Yeah.
Because you know there was a joke in Finding Nemo. He goes to a school of fish.
He goes to school.
Like,
yeah.
They couldn't translate it to Spanish because I watched it in Spanish, and like at that point they just say something and it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I got 1 copper block. It's not ideal.
There must be so many jokes like that that are like really funny in the original movie, but just get lost in translation.
Yes, that happens a lot. I notice it a lot. I can tell now because I know both languages when I watch something that is translated, which is not that often anymore. I always like watching things in the original language, even if I don't understand the language. Like I don't know, like subtitles and stuff. But you can tell when something they say like when it's a language you know, like you can kind of see the joke. And sometimes, like it must be hard. It must be the hardest thing to do. You have to translate a thing. Okay, you have to translate meaning. That's easy. You just you say it. Then you have to translate a joke, and it doesn't make sense in your language. And what do you do? Okay.
Now that I've raided the pillager outpost, I'm going to actually craft myself a shield. It's so funny the way you forget to do things in a certain order. That's, I think, everything I need to cook right now. Oh, I can make the iron block. There you go. And I'll need some shears. Okay, cool. I also do really stupid stuff, like I'll prioritize getting some shears and the iron block over crafting myself an iron pickaxe, which would make things way faster.
Yes. Okay.
Then again, I could always punch this iron golem and almost get killed for it.
There we go. I was playing the game of is that Father Snow or not?
Is that powder snow looking at me?
It's all snow. You can tell the difference if you really squint your eyes. Let's say if you pay attention, you can see like they are different, but still. What's here? Is there anything useful here? No. Okay, nice. This. No, what?
Bruno, important question.
Yes.
As a cat owner, do you ever do you ever kill cats in Minecraft for string?
Yes, definitely. And Chad hates me for it, but I do it anyway.
Yeah. I have so rarely done it because I love cats too much and I don't like hearing sad cat noises.
Okay, you love cats because you don't own one. I mean, I love my cats, don't get me wrong. But also, when they decide to, when Tichulo decides to start singing at 3 a.m.
singing the song of his people, yeah. No, I used to own 2 cats, or at least they were my partners before, and we brought them over to the UK. But they didn't move to this house with us because they both died before that. But I still dream about them. Like I had a dream about them basically last night, about the process of like moving them to a different country and stuff, which was probably more just an anxiety dream about doing paperwork on time. But it was still a dream about my old cats. Yeah, I don't know. I just get very sentimental about cats for some reason.
I can see. I think about that a lot. It's quite a topic, right? And it's interesting touching it on stream because like people have gone through different things. But I don't know. Like they are my family basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Pets are family members. Like there's rabbits. On the other hand, I will absolutely murder during a bingo run.
I'm about to murder a cat now. It's a black one. Oh, I accidentally hit the horse. Oh, Chat also loves when I kill a horse.
Oh yeah, killing horses, the official worst sound effect in Minecraft.
There.
Okay, what do I actually need here? What do I still have to get? What can I do to make my life a lot easier?
Is there anything you don't kill in Minecraft because you say, okay, chat is not gonna like this?
I think cats is one of those, but the rest of it is fair game. I know turtles are a big one. Like, people don't tend to kill turtles often, but I also just find that...
Man, I see a turtle. I need the secret, so you know how I kill that turtle, man. I just go straight.
Yeah.
Straight to the axe.
I definitely understand the speed factor there, but I feel like most of the time I'm making shears for something else anyway, so I think I'll just pick up the seagrass with shears, but turtles are slow to kill as well. They're tanky. They've got a lot of defense.
Yes, and they make a strange sound when you hit them. Okay, don't need snow. Don't need this, don't need that. I love the new terrain, man. I'm still... It's still... I know it's so 1.18, but still. I feel like it has made such a profound change in the game. And many people say, oh, 1.18, they didn't add anything new. It was just the... And they just changed the whole world generation and made it like 1,000, I don't know. Again, when I play bingo, I can kind of feel it. When I used to play bingo, and I'm still not used to saying when I used to play bingo 1.16, right? But I could feel it. You could feel the difference. Oh, you know where you can find berries? In taiga villages.
Yep.
Let's see if this one has one.
Check around the houses there, because there's sometimes some that are just like part of world
planting
gen.
them outside. There we go. Thank you so much. They had a beautiful... They are inside the house. Okay, guys, clip this.
That's where they're keeping the berries. They're hoarding all of them inside.
Yeah. Strange. It was inside the house. Okay. We don't need pumpkins. Do we? No, we don't.
Bruno.
Yes.
You're gonna have to nerf me in a second. Again.
No, what you gonna do, man?
I may have found a mangrove swamp.
Okay, illegal.
Kick
from the server.
I wish I found mangrove swamps within 20 minutes of my solo runs. Are you kidding me? There we go.
Well, if you get your PV here, it still counts.
You know what? Moss carpet. I didn't think about it. Moss carpet grows on mangrove trees. So that's a really easy way of getting that without the moss blocks. Oh, that's good. People in chat are saying new PB. Get out of here. No, not when Bruno's right here. I have to get all my. I get all my PBs off stream, so Bruno has to find out about them later. Then people tweet my results at him.
I have to go to Twitter to find out about your PBs.
Yeah, right. And then immediately start a bingo stream the next hour. You're like, let me eat lunch, and then I got bingo to play.
So like I start my day. Okay, oh nice. I'm gonna check out Twitter. Pix got a new PB.
Yeah.
But I knew it's the early now. Like it's the time where it's fun actually, right? Because like people are gonna get new PBs continuously. So
yeah, it's like when the speedrun community gets hold of a new game, or there's like a new version of Minecraft, and everyone's out trying to get like good times in speedruns. But then after that, it becomes like agonizing stream after stream of like getting no results, basically. And I feel that's the worst thing about speedrunning is when you're grinding for like a 2-second improvement on your previous time, you know?
Yeah, that takes some kind of determination, man, because it's not just like the thousands of re-rolls, but it's okay, you got the seed. Now you gotta execute, right?
Yeah,
because
now you gotta play well, yeah. Yeah, that's rough. Like, speedrunners, they're a determined crowd, especially with a game as popular as Minecraft. Like, I can't imagine speedrunning this game because there's so many other people who do it and do it exceptionally well that, like, it must be so competitive. And people ask, am I going to try speedrunning all the time? And I'm like, no, it's not for me. I just don't have the desire to stick with that because it would consume everything after a while, I think.
I gave it a go. I did some speed running, and it was quite fun. When you don't think, okay, I gotta get, like, I gotta get a super PvP. When it's just, okay, giving it a go. I learned some things from it. I feel like it will be interesting if you ever did it, because you have to think it. Okay, well, this is kind of like a speed run too.
Yeah, but this
In a
is
sense.
a speed run that utilizes my skills better, and you can kind of adapt and improvise, and it's different every time. But I feel like if you have the same objective every time, that's the kind of stuff that would wear me down quite quickly.
Let me see.
All right, I've got copper left. I basically just need to do the diving thing. I need to find a good cave.
Okay, no mangrove swamps. Just swimming around.
Yeah, finding that mangrove swamp was super lucky.
I've seen them quite a bit. I think it can be hard, but also, I don't know. Again, I always think of pumpkins, man. There's times, like, not everything is gonna be super easy to find, too. I don't know if mangrove is that. We found one mangrove on every run that we played today, at least. Like, 2 runs to mangrove swamps. I feel that if I had to remove one item of the new ones, will definitely be the goat horn. Because it
Yeah,
is.
it's really all about whether you find a pillager outpost or whether you... I guess you could do a bunch of, like, smelting and stuff at the end and do that whilst you're waiting for a goat to attack you, but there's so many other things to think about.
We do this. Here, okay, it's crafting time. Okay, no wool, that's always not nice. Glow lichen.
Okay, good cave.
That's
Yeah,
a
right
good
now...
item for the bingo. I can't lichen.
Yeah, lichen is good. I liken it. We're all liking it. Yeah, I think
There we go.
yeah, that's something I need. The the place I'm at right now, I'm trying to make up for the fact that I basically did no iron collection at first, and I can look out from this cave, which is actually pretty far down. I'm at Y35 right now. I looked out the side of this cave, and there's a village house on fire because lava is pouring on it from the ceiling. There's just some really wacky world gen around here that's giving the villagers a hard time, I think.
Well, but you get crazy houses and stuff like that in since 1.18, like villages in caves and stuff like that. Like, it's still possible, or I think they did something. I remember watching the video where they were like, I think Ulrich was talking about it. Like they had a special consideration when it came to villages and how they generated. Like they tried to favor having them like being able to generate in like in the middle of a mountain or something like that, so it looked kind of wacky. Like that's something I feel like they wanted to like preserve on the new generation. That is the thing, right? They changed the whole generation, which was like you can the code is super old, and like you touch one thing and it all falls apart in ways you didn't expect. And nothing.
really
It must have been quite the task.
That's really the first time I blocked anything with a shield. That's unusual for me. Normally I'm like so careful about that stuff.
That's something I like. My community has told me. Maybe I have to be more sneaky around mobs. Just run more.
And there's an uncomfortable amount of lava in this cave. Just saying, I'm not comfortable.
This lava, it's making me feel uncomfortable, Bruno. It's your server.
Yeah, can we deal with the lava problem, please?
Why you had to get the gold horn, man?
Yeah, the goat horn was pretty clutch. What the heck? How did he get up there?
What do you find?
Oh no. Oh no, no, no.
Oh yes, that sounds great.
Yeah, I need to eat. I'm in really bad shape.
Careful.
I have so much stuff in this.
Bingo advice.
Yeah, I'm trying my best here. I have so much bad stuff on me, and I just got some really good stuff from this cave. There's a surprising lack of mobs down here, though. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but I thought I'd, like, gone to a pretty safe location and pillared up. And then a baby zombie that had been chasing me just, like, ran into the back of me. And I was like, how? I thought you weren't even there a second ago.
Okay.
Oh, now there's creepers everywhere on my escape route.
This looks like the perfect place to hide some mangrove swamps. Okay, is that useful? No.
I did try to hide the mangrove swamps as well. The ones I found, I tried to, like... I built a spoiler wall in front of them.
Put them under the carpet.
Yeah, exactly. Under the moss carpet.
Oh, a mangrove swamp!
Yay!
I didn't hide this one.
You're not gonna like this.
What? You're gonna get? Are you done? No.
I'm not done.
Copper.
I'm not done, but I'm let's say I'm getting there. Let's see, we have this.
Okay. I have that too.
Oh no. I turned my hay bale into wheat, and then I turned it into bread. So I don't have that right now. I can't craft that. I can do this. Oh, I need more string. Yeah, that house is now gone. There's so little of that house left. That's incredible. Oh man. Yeah, whoever lives there is not happy. We have that now. I really should have looked in Nether Portal for glistering melon. I think I saw a couple on the way and just didn't even think about it. Let's cook some beef.
Just realized a mistake I made. Didn't count the wheat for the packed mud. I can't do that, but I have to sacrifice my hay bale. I can get one hay, though. Let me see. From here, the propagule. Just bone meal, I think, but I don't have bone meal.
I'm gonna ditch
You
this.
find the mangrove swamp, there's no propagules.
What? Do you have bone meal?
I don't.
Oh, that's a shame. Because if you bone meal them, you can still.
I'm gonna get it. Yeah. There's a skelly here. No, the skelly drop an arrow. Okay, thank you. For nothing. Ah, there's a slime there. The slime from the last run right there.
Yeah, right? Like they're always gonna sneak a slime in there for you.
I can't get the moss carpet, I think. Yes.
Yeah, the moss carpet will be there. That generates on like most trees. Okay, now to find one spider and a hay bale.
The spider in the hay bale.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've heard of a
In the
needle in a
haystack.
haystack. Now we have now we have a spider in a hay bale.
Okay, there it goes. There goes the propagule.
Nice, nice.
Let
You're
me
catching
see.
up.
There we go.
Oh, why do spiders only drop one string? This is the worst. I'm in hell.
There we go.
Okay, that's better. Oh, congrats on the advancement.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I always knew you'd
delicious.
retire and take up the farming life. Okay, question is it safe for me to craft anything here? The answer is absolutely not.
You
Underwater,
never
there's a
know.
safe there's a safe place for me to
The
craft.
mobs could decide to stop. You should definitely go.
Yeah, I'll go underwater where I'm definitely not going to get killed by the drowned. Let's make sticks. Bow.
Either. Okay.
Dispenser. Target block.
Rich. A desert. What a strange find.
You might be
The
following me
thief.
around. I feel like my mangrove swamp. What? Oh god. I hate it when that happens. I just got a pufferfish attack me. Oh my gosh. That was that's
okay.
the fright of my
I
life.
used to play half-hearted bingo, and one of my
Oh,
runs
yeah.
was going really well, and that's how it ended.
And pufferfish attack. Oh man. Like that never happens to me normally cuz I feel like I don't go boating around too much in survival and usually there's not really warm ocean. But man, that was I had no idea what that noise was. It's a completely different damage noise from anything else that hits you.
Yes.
One other thing that I really hope is possible to put back into this version of Bingo is when you craft an item, like the first time you pick it up, it would get taken away from like being on your mouse cursor instead of right now it has to be in your inventory, so you have to like shift click a lot of stuff in there to craft it. I imagine there's probably some kind of like technical concern there, but I kind of miss that.
Oh, it always gets me like, I don't know. Okay, you don't play on servers that often, but usually you have to shift click, thing by thing on a chest. I think I haven't been getting it since this bingo version. Let me see.
I found all of those frogs that were annoying you in the last run.
Yeah. A frog. The thing is that frogs don't drop anything. Right, so you can do something with frogs. I mean, getting a frog like will be the worst.
Yeah, I mean you can't.
Impossible,
Yeah, you can't go to
Exactly.
the Nether, so that'd be nigh on impossible. But very funny if they wanted to try doing that. I cannot imagine how difficult it would be to have a frog do anything you wanted to on a bingo run.
How do you feel about the fact that they modified the loot table for deep dark items?
I'm cool with it.
Essentially changing.
If you don't need Silk Touch, then I think that just makes the run faster, and getting Silk Touch would be such a difficult task. So I think it would be
Yes, and it also makes it so like those items can be a part, right? Like the
Yeah.
deep dark can be a part. Like it's the only thing that it's on deep dark. Like if you wanted some deep dark in your bingo, that's the only way to get it.
Okay, now here comes the difficult part. This is the finding a needle in a haystack. There it is. And now I'm stuck. Okay, Bruno, you're gonna hate me.
Yes. Are you gonna end the run?
I think I might.
The copper.
That's
okay.
it.
I was caving. Had some stuff in my inventory. Oh, and also just found out that my door popped out wherever. Let's do this. Let me see.
Okay, so this copper has, I think 8 minutes to age. if I want to beat my PB. I'm looking at the card, like, have I missed anything? And it just looks like the Swedish flag over and over again.
Okay, that. And do this. There we go. Copper ages underwater, you can't, right? It's just copper. It's just, it only considers copper. 3, 4, 1.
And this is going to be the difficult part, is waiting for the copper to age. It's like, if you're watching it, it doesn't happen.
This, and that, this.
It's like waiting for a delivery to arrive.
Yes. The gold horn, man. I can't believe you got the gold horn.
I can't believe I got the gold horn.
Like, I'm not gonna be able to get a gold. Like, I'm sure.
The goat horn and finding the mangrove swamp 20 minutes in instead of like 45 minutes in has made this run for me. Yeah, I need to put down some redstone dust so this looks a bit more like David. And craft a sticky piston, except I'd have to have killed one of those slimes back there.
Low squid.
Yep, this is us. I'm just looking at 4 copper blocks and about to mine whichever one turns first, but this is real-time copper aging in progress.
There we go. Okay, I'm gonna dig down here. Let's do this.
I don't know if the mods can start a prediction about which block ages first. You can have 4 prediction results. By the time the prediction starts, it might have already happened.
Okay, no
Seriously,
redstone.
this has 5 minutes to be a PB, and they're not aging.
So you're just sitting now, you're just chilling.
Yeah, I only have
like
this to do. I think
you'd like to share. Is there like, okay, tell me about your day, Pixel Riffs. What have you done today?
I played a lot of Marvel Snap. A guy came to give me a quote for how much it would cost to board my loft space, and I made some good food. I had gnocchi and a lamb ragu for dinner.
Nice.
Which is basically a recipe that I tried to recreate after having a really good one at my parents' favorite Italian restaurant before they moved. So yeah, that was good.
Do you you like cooking, but do you cook like do you also, because I've been thinking about ways to make my everyday, there you go, you got it.
GG.
Like my everyday
4312
life trigger more efficient. at like I've been looking into meal prep and stuff like that, right? Because if you cooking one dish for in one night, it takes a long time, right? Do you also do like bulk cooking? We can talk about that while we roll. It's your time to roll.
Yeah, yeah, we can do that. That was good cards, but
It was a nice card.
I want to say the goat horn thing, like without finding that pillager outpost, that would have taken me another probably half hour, I think.
So you got a new PB then. That's great. Yeah, new PB. Okay, guys, bring it together for Pixel Riffs. This is a great At least you get you got it on my Bingo Friday, man. That's actually a good thing.
Like I've done that on this server, on this world. Like I couldn't claim to have done it alone.
Get over here. There's something I want to show you because this is not just any bingo lobby, as you may have noticed. Okay.
You do have a couple of extra additions out here.
Yes,
which is...
this is my community place on this server. And they have decorated the place a little bit.
They sure have.
Since you got a new PB here, maybe we could do like a little memorabilia thing here. Just put Pixel with PB.
Yeah. Do you have any copper blocks? Did you manage to make any?
I was looking for. I got 4 copper.
I got 3 here, so we could admin cheat one in or something maybe. But like
yes. I'm switching to create right now copper. Okay, copper on top of something. Right? What block do you want? Wait, I'm gonna wait. No, I'm gonna put it so it doesn't. Do you want it to age? Regular copper.
Yeah, just regular copper, I guess. I can't place it though.
Yeah, game mode you're on adventure.
Oh right, yeah, cool. Right, let's
put a sign.
Yeah, I'll grab one of these. What was it? I'll do it the same as Small Cats one.
It was 4312. Yeah, Small Cats got a thing here too.
And what should I put on top? Oh, Deep Slate Emerald. There you go. That's
nice.
If there's any block that represents me to people at this point, it's this one.
Nice. Okay, this is where you can put the date. That will be nice.
Oh yeah, I could do that.
It's gonna be on this. It's gonna be on this bingo server forever. Because whenever I have to update or something, I go and make it like a schematic and I paste it over here, and I take the time to paste every sign too.
It's the 3rd of March, right?
I think so. Yes. Yes.
Where do I?
One of those days where the date you can read the same way where you are wherever in the world. There we go. Pretty nice.
Like that should be like black ink. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna put myself back in adventure. There we go. We did it. I need to edit the command in my chat now.
Okay. If you wanna take a moment for that.
Yeah.
Feel free.
Let's see. Bingo PB. I have to copy paste stuff with my stupid right control key. So is that 4312 on Bruno's.
Very nice. Point 61.
There we go. All done. Nice.
Nice.
I'm
all right. Yes.
I'm happy with that. I also feel a little bit bad. But
why?
I mean, we're still in the phase where people like you said, people are getting PBs left and right. Like it's still we're still trying to like narrow it all down. So this was just a really lucky run.
Okay, but that's a great thing. And I got a new challenge now. I've been really trying to hone my bingo skills. So don't sit too comfortably on your chair, Pixel Rift.
on my copper throne. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Let's. I can't right-click this. Why can't I right-click this? Am I in the wrong game mode? Do I need to be in survival?
There we go. I don't know. I can.
Weird. Maybe because I changed my game
now.
mode, it's like...
Let me see.
Oh, right.
There you go.
It's because I was holding the ink sac and it was trying to change the color. That's what it was.
Okay, that happened to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss my bingo world, my single player world like that.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. It's doing it now. It's just like on a little delay. Like, I think we've we've confused the world slightly.
Yes, the thing is this. The seed already starts pre-generating on each card. So when you click, it loads. You can, if you press. Oh, I think you don't have tab. You can do /tab TPS if you're interested in checking the TPS of the server. If you're an OP, I'll send you a list of people to whitelist and all that stuff later. But you can see how the server is working now on that.
Yeah.
That's why you can't quickly click on the cards. Okay, is this the card? There's a new item I have never seen before.
That's hanging roots. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do this one. Sweet berries are back. That's fun.
Sweet berries.
But there's no goat horn. There is a spore blossom, so that's kind of interesting. Yeah, we've had dripstone before. We haven't had the glazed terracotta, which I think is easier now because you find mesas more easily.
Yes.
Lectern is kind of a new one, I guess.
I'm feeling that villages are easier to find now. Like, I couldn't rely that much on villages on the previous bingo. Like, if you come across one for Emerald, great, but it like...
Yeah.
It was not reliable, but now I just finding them everywhere.
I think I'm just doing more exploring. Like, I'm running around, like running in a straight line more in this bingo because I know it's going to take me a while to find a mangrove swamp or whatever. So I think I run into villages more frequently just because I'm traveling so much. Whereas before, I think I'd probably go around in circles a lot more trying to find stuff. I don't know.
Okay, nice. The jukebox, 3 cards in a row. The jukebox here is a musical bingo.
It
bingo
sure is.
Friday.
Yeah. And people asking what's under the birch sapling. That's a bone block. Because
that's interesting. Okay, I came up with a whole bunch of questions I want to ask you, Pix. But once the run starts, so I can distract you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Let me see. Iron there. There we go. We get that. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, I know this. I don't know how many people know this, but your name is Pixel Riffs because you have like a music channel. Could it be?
I used to have a music channel. Yeah, I used to have a music channel that was called Wiki Riffs after Wikipedia, and I had this project which is no longer there. Like I made all of the videos private a while ago, but it was a songwriting project where I would go to Wikipedia and hit the random article button on the sidebar, and then write a song about whatever came up, and that was just like a fun songwriting challenge.
Yes. You remind me, I was watching a video the other day. They were interviewing Mr. Beast, and the guy told that he had like something like that, where like for coming up ideas for a video, what he will do is grab a dictionary, pick any word, like a random word, and just try to use that for a video idea, for example.
Yeah.
Those kind of things. Like, it seems interesting because, like, you never thought you would be writing a song about, I don't know, what was the rarest song you had to write?
The weirdest song, I'm trying to think now. There were a lot of them. There was some just about, like, the scientific stuff would come up occasionally because obviously there's a lot of, names for bacteria and stuff like that would come up. So I'd be writing a song about, like medicine or something like that more often than not.
You didn't you went for it. Okay, we got mitosis is a good one actually. It should be, let me see, what could it be? Polycarbonate, something like what, like like a compound.
Yeah, I feel like it was usually that, or it was like obscure sports teams or like old sports players who had retired years ago. There was one that the second song I wrote was about an Irish like small town football team, and it turned out that they Googled themselves occasionally, so they found that song. And I got an email from somebody who said, like, we're really happy that you've written a song about us. Our fans have started to sing it at football matches. And I went, what? And it was the weirdest thing that was obviously not going to be. Oh, there's tons of sweet berries in a tiger behind this island, by the way.
The
so you can have those
strangest way
for free.
to get famous, like to get one of your
Yeah.
songs become a hit.
Like there was a French like race car driver called David Terrian, who I think races in Formula 3. I don't know if he's still racing or if he retired. But I wrote a song about him, and somebody sent it to him on Facebook. And he was like, oh, hey, I heard you wrote a song about me. Good luck with this project. It sounds really interesting. And I was like, what? There's so many just odd little things like that. And
Like the
yeah.
guy may find a song and may think, okay, this must be like a super fan or something, right?
Yeah. And it turns out, nope, just
No, I just got a
found him
random name.
completely randomly on Wikipedia. Yeah. But no, there's some fun stuff like that, and I was really happy with the project. Like it was a lot of fun for a while, and I was doing that every week for like maybe close to a year, I guess. Like I definitely made a lot of songs, but after a while it was just like
it's like it's a really good composition exercise, right?
Yeah, and it really started because I was following these guys called Vlog Brothers, John and Hank Green, and Hank used to write like
I know Hank.
songs just about like all kinds of nerdy stuff, and I think he wrote a song that was like about the correct way to load a dishwasher, and at that point I was just like, well, if he can write songs about that, then I can write songs about basically anything, and it was just more like, how do I find the most random topics possible? And then Wikipedia had the random article thing, so it just kind of came up that way.
Yes, I have done similar stuff, and something I think like you'll know is that okay, it starts kind of like a joke, but at one point it's like a song you're writing. Period. Like,
Yeah.
Like you care about the composition. It stops being like okay, this random thing, and you'll really start liking the song you're making, and like it's great actually.
Yeah, a little while ago, while I was still on holiday in the USA, my friend Dan, who was like my roommate basically when I started this, and when I started WikiRiffs, he sent me a video of a couple of friends of his, one of whom turned out to be like kind of coincidentally one of the guys that I'd collaborated with while I was doing this songwriting project, and he still remembered like all of the lyrics to one of the favorite songs of his that I had done, and he was like singing it in his kitchen on like a biscuit box guitar kind of thing that he'd got, and it was really flattering in a way, because it was just kind of cool to know that project still, you know, meant something to a lot of people, I guess, even though the subscribership maybe I had like 600 or 700 people. That's still a lot of people. You know, if I was to get all of those people together in a room, that would be a pretty decent concert, you know?
Yes. And that's also something I wanted to ask you. Like, hey, have you played live?
Yeah, I did once as WikiRiffs. I've done like other gigs and stuff because I used to be in like bands and stuff at school. I used to play the trumpet and then the saxophone, but then I picked up guitar and saxophone around the same time. And the first gig and the first and only gig I did as WikiRiffs was like at a coffee shop in Glasgow, where one of the other guys I'd collaborated with was living at the time, and he had started basically putting together an album and was like launching his album to a small group of fans there, and so I traveled up to Glasgow to do a gig, which is the opposite end of the UK from where I live, so it was like a 12-hour train ride basically to do a gig at a coffee shop, you know, crash at a friend's house and then go home again. But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a fun experience, right? Like, I'm used to like concerts for work, but I also remember sometimes like that's what I used to do before, right? But
Yeah.
there's also that part, like I don't know if it's your hobby, like I'm sure it was amazing, man. Okay, you got an excuse to travel to Glasgow, hang out, play some music live, crash at your friends. Like that's amazing, actually.
Yeah, I'd never been to Scotland before, so that was a fun opportunity to do that. And yeah, like actually playing live to people who got what I was doing and didn't think it was the weirdest thing they'd ever heard of, you know? That was pretty fun.
Let me see. I made the mistake of going to a taiga biome saying, okay, maybe I'll find a berry there. No.
I'm in a tiger
But I
village right
found a
now.
village.
Yeah, I'm stealing all of their wheat.
There is another thing I wanted to ask you related to music, which was, what is your relationship with music today? You still play some? I see you have your guitar, like on the back of your stream, right?
Yeah,
so you at least have it at hand there.
I have it there. I really wish I had the opportunity to play it more, I guess, even though it's right there, but I don't know. I pick it up and noodle around occasionally, but this chair isn't really great for sitting in and playing guitar because it's got big arms on either side, and I don't know, for whatever reason, music is one of those things that I go back and forth on. I started the Wikiriffs thing because I was kind of in the mood to do some songwriting, but at the time I would go through different phases where I'd maybe do some creative writing, like writing short stories and stuff like that, and then I'd do that for 6 months. I'd get kind of tired of that. I'd end up doing a musical project that would take me another 6 months, and then I'd take a few months off of all of that and just play video games, and then I'd go back to doing the music stuff, and then I'd go back to doing the writing stuff, and I'd like flip back and forth between them and never really stick to one thing for very long. So
but you get some, like, it's still creative exercise, right? I
yeah,
feel like
yeah.
it's still like, I feel like, oh, okay, found a lash cave but fell a long distance, but I found my spore blossom. Okay, I was about to say something really deep or like interesting about the nature of knowledge and
the creative process, and yeah, that's gone now.
Let me see. Wait, I need to shear the rooted. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's interesting. I believe creativity, like, there's one point, like, I've done tons of stuff actually. Like, I did music, right? I feel like people underestimate the creativity aspect sometimes of like streaming and making videos, in a sense. Like, I don't know, maybe because it's new. I feel like it's a new type of art. I would call YouTube videos, they are like some kind of art, in my opinion, right? Or streaming is like, I do see it as, I don't know, it's a modern art. Like, of course, it's different from anything else, right? Or people will say, oh, but it's not, I don't know, it's not like a song you can really go connect with or whatever. Okay, but it's not every art needs to be that. But I feel that working on any art, it kind of like, there are some things you start to see. I don't know, the concept of form, the concept of shape, the concept of rhythm, the concept of pacing. Those are things that are common to all arts, I feel.
Yeah, like, I feel like I learned enough about, you know, making videos from doing the songwriting stuff, even if I don't really use the songwriting skill set in my day-to-day activity on YouTube anymore. It's still like, you know, learning to edit. Like, editing is an art form. Like, there's a reason they give awards for it when award season comes around for the filmmaking industry. It's because, like, it's part of the art. It's like what helps keep the creative industry going. And yeah, like, I find that was such a valuable thing to learn in the early days of doing all of that YouTube stuff. I say that YouTube stuff as if that's not what I do now, but you know what I mean? Like, that specific project kind of taught me a lot about what it was like to edit videos regularly. And now I get chased by zombies for a living.
It's strange. I'm also a full-time content creator, and like, I bet, I don't know how it was for you, but you never imagined this is what you will be doing for full-time.
Oh, no. Like, I mean, a few years ago, I barely knew this existed as a concept, but even then, like, once I started getting into Let's Play videos and stuff like that, I always assumed that it was something that you had to have a ton of specialized equipment for, right? Like, I kind of assumed that anybody who was doing this for a living was doing it with, like, a whole office full of, like, computers with capture cards, like the way the Yogscast and those guys did it, where, like, everybody all has to work in the same space because that's where they've got the big PCs, and you have to have a separate machine to capture stuff because the computers aren't sophisticated enough to do that on their own. And there's so much that goes into this industry, right? There has to be. And then it turns out, actually, no, there's not that much. Like, there's still some stuff that you need. There's, like, a lot that we benefit from having specialized equipment, but at this stage, especially with how cheap computer hardware has gotten, and you know, there being such an evolving landscape for it that the second-hand market can spring up around it, you end up with, you know, my career in YouTube, on Minecraft YouTube at least, started with my brother-in-law giving me a bunch of computer parts that he had lying around from old computers that he'd built, and saying, hey, like, let's make a PC out of these, and he helped me to do that. And then, you know, I was recording stuff in really poor quality at the time, but that's the first videos on my channel, you know?
Well, you have to get started somehow, right?
Yeah,
There is also, like, as you said, people imagine, like, you need this big thing to get started, or, I don't know, or sometimes people get too hung up on, like, gear, or what microphone do I have, and they never end up actually getting started. That is, you touch on a subject which is of particular meaning to me, in the sense that of the accessibility of creating content, right? Like, I am from a third world country, and that means something too when it comes to, like, nothing. Like, I can't get fancy equipment I couldn't build a studio without it being difficult, right? But still, and it's something that kind of, like, makes me feel proud in a sense, like, you just need a computer. It doesn't even need to be the best computer. You just need, like, to get started, just need nothing. The impulse to do it, right?
Yeah, the motivation to do it,
the motivation, and I don't know if it depends, right? I feel like here in Uruguay was different, and was one of the things I talked about earlier, that how they don't realize that you can reach the whole world from your room, like, which is one of the things I really like about streaming. I say it as a joke, but, like, I'm a guy sitting in his room in Uruguay, right, speaking to a microphone. I crack a joke, and people all around the world laugh.
Yeah,
like, I feel
that's magical.
You kind of take it for granted, right? But, like, it's good to sometimes stop and take a step back and say, okay, this is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, it is. Wait a minute, I see you. You're in the same cave
You
I
see
am.
me?
Yeah.
No, where are you?
I see your nameplate moving around. Hang on.
Okay, I'm gonna stand up here. There's no dripstone here. Have dripstone.
I think I just mined. Okay. I think I just mined the dripstone from that same place. If there's a hole in the floor, I left that there. That's so funny. Like, I saw a azalea tree on the surface at the same time you started getting lush cave stuff, and so I was like, maybe you're around here, but I didn't think you would actually be right there. That's really funny.
Okay, so the village you saw, it was actually my village, and you stole a nectar from it.
I took the bookshelves. The bookshelves are in there. I left 2 of them in there.
Okay, I don't know if there's any sense from. I don't know if I should go out. What am I missing? The thing is, okay, this happens a lot on 1.19. I get down this cave. I don't know how to get out.
Yeah, no, this cave is a nightmare. I'm not going to try and stay here for too long, but yeah, I mostly just need food before I try and leave. Also, like, there's a big mountain above it.
I don't have food either. There's what?
There's a mountain above this. That's the thing. Like, occasionally I'll see people on these bingo streams saying, like, why don't you just pillar up? And I'm like, if I pillar up, I could be climbing for like 200 blocks. Yeah. Like, it's sometimes it's not that easy. Yeah, it's gotten way worse.
Let me see this here. I can craft some stuff, I guess. I feel stuck in this cave. Let me see this here.
Okay, I found my exit. Good luck.
Send cords. No, wait. Oh, I threw something I needed. Let me see. What can I do
didn't even
now?
didn't even get any bones off that skeleton.
And oh, it's night outside. Okay,
It is.
I was just completely. Didn't even know at which point of the ramp we were. I got.
Yeah.
I got so drawn into the conversation that at one moment I was okay. Let me see.
That's the other thing about this kind of terrain generation. If you're in caves in 116 or like before 118, and you end up with you know, the night continues while you're down there and everything. I feel like you still have some sense of what time of day it is, because you're like you've not gone down that far in the cave. But if you're in 118 terrain and you go caving, you can be down there for what feels like hours, and so you absolutely no idea what time it is when you get to the surface again. Like it's very disorienting now.
Okay, I'm stuck in this cave. I found a copper vein.
Do we need copper for anything on this card?
Copper for nothing, for absolutely nothing. Okay, I don't know. Since you said there was a mountain here, I don't want to pillar up.
Yeah, I'm at 102 right now. That's about as high as it goes. There we go. I got the hanging roots. I wanted to do that before I left.
How did I get down? I can't. I've been swimming in caves for hours. Not hours, but you know, feels like ages.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
been 84 years. Okay, the surface. Breathe. Okay.
Could still go after this treasure map, but yeah, I feel like this run is happening a lot slower than the last one was, and the last one had a goat horn on the bingo card, so you can you can decide for yourself what that means.
Okay, you're gonna get some of the easy stuff. I need some food.
Yeah, I realized that we started in a forest biome, and I just didn't get a birch sapling while I was there, so now I feel
that's what I'm doing. I was like, oh, there's birch in my card. There we go. You can also get you. Very nice. Throw this, and this away. Let me see. I need to eat something. What am I looking for? That's the question here. Okay, I need this. Get this.
I've just found a mending golden pickaxe and an enchanted golden apple in this nether portal chest.
I think I had a mending axe too. Let me see. Let's get this. Very good. I wish I could eat bees. I found like 3 right now.
I think they'd be kind of crunchy, I feel like.
Yeah.
All right, there's some birch trees over there. That's where we'll get the sapling.
Okay, that over there. Could go towards spawn. I think that could be good for getting the... Oh, okay, never mind. And there's cows here too. Found my food.
That's that taken care of.
Okay, here we go. Got some cows. Now making leather boots in bingo. Could be a strat. I don't know. I hardly ever found myself falling on powder snow. I'm not gonna say never because chat is gonna go crazy if I do. But
yeah, powder snow is not as difficult a hazard to deal with as I expected it to be. I was expecting it to just be really annoying, but you can kind of tell where it is, so it's fairly easy to avoid.
it can be lethal though, because it can be like on top of a hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten a couple of bad ones from that. You see?
But it's kind of like lava where like you can ruin your chances of survival by panicking, but it's very difficult to not panic. So yeah, I find that kind of difficult sometimes. Okay, let's finally get that
pumpkin,
taken
no
care
pumpkin.
of.
Oh wait, there's a pumpkin. Yes. These two is good. Anything else? I don't know if I need this. This.
Not being able to throw...
Have you ever got so hungry? Have you ever got so hungry that you can't walk? You can't run?
I mean, I have felt that a couple of times in real life.
Well,
not in any kind of, like, life-threatening situation or whatever, but I've definitely had days where I realize that I've been at my desk for too long or something, I've gotten too hungry, and I'm like, man, I could eat, and then I try and get up, and I'm like, oh, I need to move slowly, or I get, like, lightheaded or something. It's not a situation I find myself in regularly, so don't worry about me or anything. But
okay,
like,
I was about to start asking some questions about your well-being. No, that is interesting actually. Like, and it's kind of like more along the lines of what I wanted to ask you earlier regarding how you work. Do you find do you have like time? Do you say okay? Do you have like a schedule? Or you say, okay, these hours, I'm going to dedicate these hours to editing, and you have like, or do you just go?
I try to have a schedule now. Like, I didn't used to. I used to be a lot more like, I'm just going to work whenever I can, whenever I feel like it, whenever I have the motivation and stuff. And now I find it's not even a discipline thing. It's not even worried about, like, am I going to put the hours in? Because I know that I will. If anything, I do it too much. I think it's much more about being reliable for other people, especially like having a partner I've been married to for like 12 years at this point. It's just understanding when I can guarantee that I'll be taking time off so that we can do stuff together. Like normally Fridays, like today is an exception because like we didn't have anything else going on and it was going to be a fun opportunity to play bingo with you. And it's like my day off, so I can still use it for leisure time, which this definitely is. But like the rest of the time, I try and take Fridays off regardless, because then I can say, well, okay, this is a day when I'm not being relied on to do the podcast, the Hermitcraft recap, or any of my scheduled streams or make videos. I can basically say, this is the day that we can definitely go out and do stuff, and I will make time for that. And that's really important in a relationship, like a long-term thing. You've got to,
and in a life,
yeah,
right?
yeah, and having a social life in general, which changed a lot in 2020, obviously. But like I feel like we don't have that many folks around here that we'd go and see regularly. But if we did, then I'd definitely make time to go and see them on Fridays and have like a more traditional weekend if I could, you know.
That is also something, since you brought your day, you had a day off, basically, a whole day off. Which is also something that intrigued me, right? Like you, like, again, what it really, something I kind of admire, like, from you and from other creators is the ability to, like, the content output, right? The rate at which you put content out. And especially considering, like, that you take a whole day off from a week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is reasonable actually. I just said a whole day of like saying like a crazy thing, right?
Yeah, right.
um, but
This
to
mad
me,
lad
that
taking a day
speaks.
off.
But that speaks about efficiency. Actually, it means that your hours, the hours that you put to work, are more efficient if you need less time, right? That is something like I try to strive towards. That is like getting more done in less time, right?
Yeah.
Something I think a lot about. You also spoke about motivation, which I feel like now I don't have that big of a problem with, because mainly because of some things I've been learning regarding nothing where motivation comes from, literally like
Mm-hmm.
in your brain and stuff like that. Oh man, there's some resources I would really like to show you. Maybe they will interest you. But the thing is, um, essentially, do you like, because okay, you are self-employed basically, like I
Yeah.
am. So like you are your own boss, which is great, but it's also not great, and you're your own employee too, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if you work a lot, it benefits you, but also if you burn yourself out, like there is like that balance that you need to strive. And when it's your project, that balance tends to tip towards overworking, right? Which is
Yeah.
not sustainable. Like I used to look at you and think, okay, this guy does all this, takes a day off, and does it in a way that is sustainable, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't wear yourself off because that doesn't work. That is not sustainable. It brings me back to like Skyblock. Like this is not the way. Staying up all night editing a video is not the way. That's
Mm-hmm.
like I had like a breaking point last year. But it really interests me like how you think about work, and not again it can like I think these things can apply to every type of work, right? um but yes, that's kind of like more along the lines I wanted to ask you about, like your
Mm.
relationship with work. And I can see that it still can happen to you, that okay, you've been sitting at your desk for too long maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it still happens occasionally. Back when I was working at more traditional jobs, like for a while I worked for the Disney Interactive office in Brighton. I used to work on a couple of Disney games like Club Penguin and stuff like that, doing like online moderation
Nice,
and
you're in
stuff.
Club Penguin.
Yeah, yeah. Like if
Do you hear about the pool thing? Were you there? No, there was
the
a
what?
pool thing that happened. I don't know what. There was a thing with a pool. It's all I know. There is a meme of Club Penguin. The pool's closed or something like that, but I'm not entirely sure what it's about.
I
I've
can't
never played
remember.
Club Penguin.
There were enough Club Penguin memes back in the day for me that I've just like I don't know. I gloss over them at this point. But yeah, no, it was a time in my life when I didn't have as much money. Like I was still working, kind of living paycheck to paycheck, and I was definitely in that kind of work attitude where I needed to make myself indispensable to a company. Like I want to be the guy who's like their most reliable guy, and like make sure that the employer wants to keep me around, because that's like one of the things people
your sustain. Like
yeah,
your,
exactly. And it's the way companies like that see employees as like resources instead of people some of the time, right? And or not necessarily instead of people, but it's
yes,
still
it's the both things at once.
yeah,
Actually.
exactly.
Well, it's
And
it's a thing they actually like. They have to consider that too, right? Because in the end,
yeah. And you kind of you start to accept that mentality. You start to think of yourself more as like a cog in the machine, and you're doing stuff for the benefit of a company, but not considering your own benefit. And one of the greatest things about becoming self-employed was understanding that you can take care of yourself. But it took me a while to get into that mentality where it wasn't just like, okay, I have to be constantly on my grind, hustling, making a living, working. Like when I started doing this as a hobby, I was effectively at that point like I was working two jobs, because YouTube eventually became a job, even if it might not have worked out for me. Like yeah, like it wouldn't have been a job then, but it was going to be in future. So like there's no way I could have treated it that way not knowing, but now I know it was a job. It feels like I've really worked myself very, very hard for a long time. And yeah, that's that's one facet of it. But it's so difficult to start YouTube with a career mentality and like follow through with that, but still take care of yourself in the early days. So I feel incredibly lucky now that this is a job that I can consider it that way. And so part of having a job is taking time off, like is understanding when to take time off, and as like you said, as your own boss, but your own employee, you have to
Exactly.
You can give yourself paid time off.
Yeah.
and that's an immense privilege that I know a lot of people like don't always have the opportunity to do, with employment being what it is.
Yes. I feel though for that our line of work, it's necessary. As I told you, like if not, like it's not sustainable if you don't, like you can't overwork forever. It's impossible. Like nobody can keep that up. Like maybe some crazy guy can, but still.
Yeah, and you've got to be creative. You've got to sustain a creative mindset, and that is much more difficult if you're constantly tired. Like the body needs so much fuel. Whether it's like in terms of making sure that you eat regular meals and feed yourself, because you just need energy of some form or another. Like people don't think that sitting in a chair all day and making YouTube videos is going to take a lot of energy, but the creative brain power it requires still expends energy. Like
Yes.
the physicality it takes,
The focus too. I feel like focus is important. Like the amount of time you need to be focused on a task, right? That is taxing too.
And sustaining what I think of as like presentational energy. Like, you're known for being energetic on your streams. Like you're kind of, yelling effectively, but you're like welcoming people in and being enthusiastic and stuff like that. And that can be exhausting. Like I don't do that on my streams typically, because I know that if I try and keep that level of energy up for a couple of hours, I'm not going to be able to do anything the rest of my day, because I feel like I would burn out. And that's just about knowing your own limits. That's about knowing your own limitations and understanding that energy level is something you can't always sustain. But different people are built differently. Like you look at Ollie the Orion Sound is a really good example of this, right? His streams are incredibly like manic, and the camera angle is changing constantly, and he's always thinking, and he's always got a funny line. And I imagine the amount of work he's had to do to get himself into that mindset is something that I don't know if he talks about it anywhere, but it'd be really interesting to hear from him, because like he's such a funny guy, and some of that's going to come naturally, but some of it's going to come from experience and thinking like what's funny and honing his craft. The way he edits videos is so unique, and there's so much thought and stuff goes into that yeah, I can't do stuff the way he does, because I just don't have that level of energy in my delivery at all.
Well, but you are pixelers, right? Nobody expects like it's good to also, as you said, like know yourself and find what works for you.
Yeah,
And as you said, like you can't sustain a high output of like energy, right? Because it's just not, you're not, as you say, you're not maybe built like that, but you also got something else to give, which I feel is also key in content creation, is finding what do you have to bring to the table and coming to terms with that.
Yeah, what I've always said whenever people ask me like, what should I, if I'm starting to play Minecraft on stream for the first time, like how should I stream, or what kind of YouTube videos should I make? I'm thinking of starting a YouTube channel. I always say like, always try and make the type of content that you want to watch, because there's at least an audience for that, because you are part of that audience already. Like if I prefer watching chill Minecraft videos that have like a bit of an educational thing and kind of show what's going on in detail, I'd probably enjoy watching those type of videos. I probably enjoy making those type of videos. And that's a good demographic to start with, is like you're going to be your own first audience. You're the one who has to edit the videos, so you're going to have to listen to yourself talk about this stuff. And if you can't stand to listen to you, like voice aside, because I know a lot of people have problems like hearing themselves when they first start editing, and that's a whole separate thing. But like
Yes.
If
So it's a
if
thing.
you if you don't think
Yes.
you're an engaging video maker and you're trying to like build your confidence in yourself, then like just try and make the kind of stuff that you would enjoy watching.
Yes, it's a thing with also like trying to see yourself, as you said. Uh, Maybe you don't think you have something worth to say, right? Like there's that question of what am I doing, or what am I bringing to the table, or which I feel like I understand, because I had that, a good thing from me starting creating content was that like I had like all the baggage, like, from my music journey, right? So like
Mm-hmm.
back then when I was young, like what is my music? What am I with respect to my music? And I had to undergo like a whole process of separating yourself from what you do, in the sense that it, like, the song you write is not you actually, like you're
Yeah.
making something, and be able to say, okay, if this song is not good, then it doesn't mean that I'm not good,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
that it happens a lot with content creation. Okay, my video sucks, then I suck, right? Which
Yeah.
it like
Your
it's not.
self-confidence can't just be tied to your creative output. Like it's got to come from somewhere else internal.
Hmm. And I don't know exactly where I was going with that. I gotta say, I just stopped.
No, it's fine. Yeah, no, you've got to understand that you're not always going to be able to create something superb first time as well. Like you learn
Yes.
so much by doing stuff in an industry like this. Like you learn by making mistakes and building on everything and not having everything perfect. And with it being a much more popular industry now, like a lot of people want to create gaming videos, there's a lot of resources out there for people who want to create gaming videos. It can feel like everybody else has their own like library of stream visuals and all of that kind of stuff, and like everyone else has their stuff put together, and they all feel a lot more prepared for it than you do at first. But those people have had years, sometimes even decades at this point, to
Working
build
on
up
that.
to build up all of the visuals, and they've done trial and error on what they like and don't like, and like it never comes together in like a day and a half unless somebody has a really strong plan going in and probably a team of people helping them.
You reminded me of something, which I also see in content creation, that helps me in a sense with motivation too, to do stuff that I brought from like when I was learning to sing. I didn't I can sing, right? I sing
Hey, Corrupted Tree, thanks for the
decently,
raid.
I would say. I'm not like a pro singer or whatever, but I used to do it professionally, so I just contradicted myself. The thing is this: when I was learning music, I went to music lessons, okay? So I learned to sing. I was not naturally like gifted with a great voice. I learned to tune my voice properly. You know how to send, like making it resonate on your head and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And with the voice in particular, like that interconnection is very strong because it's your voice, right? So like that, being able to separate yourself from it and say, okay, I my voice does not define me. Like it's an instrument just like any other that I'm building, right? And at one point you come with the question, oh, am I a good singer or not? Like, am I good singing? Am I singing this right? So like the answer I came for me back then, and sometimes it's advice I give when somebody asks me about streaming, is the answer most likely is no.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah.
like you're starting to sing. Okay, it's very likely that you're not good. Your singing is not good, maybe, or are you just starting a stream? It's very likely that your stream is not good, but that is not a bad thing. The thing
Yeah.
is, like, okay, the question is not if you don't need to ask yourself, am I good at this now? The question is, what can I do to get better, right?
Yeah.
And like I was going to sing in lessons, right? And eventually I learned to sing, and I sing, George's lines that are not they are not like John's or Paul's lines, which are super crazy, right? But well, I could do a decent amount of singing, decent enough, like to work doing it. So I feel like you don't need to think that much about where my stuff is good or not. Like it's an important question to ask yourself, maybe not at the beginning, right? I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
the bigger question is what can I do better, or what can I do to improve? And I feel like that's the mindset you need to have in any kind of like creative endeavor. Like, okay, this thing you're working on is not defining you. What defines you is what you do between this one and the next to make the next one better.
Yeah,
I feel.
yeah. It's funny, like, the people who are at the top of their game, like, the people who are, you know, the best in their field, are more often than not the people who have, like, kind of an identity crisis in a sense, because,
Yes.
like,
Yes,
if you
because
look
it's
at...
hard. If you are Federer, maybe, like, I don't know, the number one tennis guy from the world, okay,
Yeah,
if you do it wrong, like, that's the thing that defines you, maybe, right?
and
Right?
that's the example I was going to give was Novak Djokovic. When he became world number one and, like, achieved a bunch of his career goals, he kind of went through a slump and he didn't really know what to do with himself, because he was like, well, I've achieved everything that it's possible to achieve. Where do I even go from here? Like, I can't just retire when I'm in my prime, but it feels like there isn't
But
really
what do I
anything
do?
left to prove. Yeah. And so, like, he went through a bit of a period of soul searching and then came back and was like, okay, I've kind of found a bit more motivation, and there's, like, other records to go for, and there's always going to be, like, you know, a chance to extend my lead over people who are still my rivals and my contemporaries now, and you just find reasons and excuses to go with that. But, like, yeah, the people who are at the top of their game, weird though it sounds to be like, hey, these people are struggling, they're struggling with different stuff, but they're still struggling even though they're the professionals who've been doing this for a while. It's
Yes.
true. It works that way.
Like, I don't know. I feel like it goes back a little bit to what we were talking about. They are still people that they still have problems, right? You may see, like, you may think this guy, the icon of tennis, is like a machine that just plays tennis, but it's going through its own stuff, and it's also they are in a unique position. It's a unique position, and like, you could say it's a privileged problem, but still, it is a problem. Like,
Yeah.
okay, I am the best in the world at this, and now what? Okay, now what?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do I do? But, well, luckily I don't have that problem.
Yeah. Luckily, I'm not the best in the world, and I can focus on just improving what I have right now.
Oh man, I think a lot about nothing. Like again, the like work efficiency, which also intertwines with motivation and with health. And I think it's things that you need to. I don't know. Like, I can't imagine someone not having to think about those things. And I feel like the kind of world we live in does not drive you towards thinking about those kind of things, which makes it more important for you to stop and think.
Yeah, especially as somebody who's your own boss.
Exactly.
Like, if you wanna check in with yourself. Like, it seems so silly to be like, even though you're out of the traditional kind of workplace and you don't have to worry about, like, meetings and evaluations and stuff like that anymore, you should probably still be doing that stuff yourself every so often.
Yes, that is, man, that is like, okay, you don't need to follow a schedule, but you realize that it's the best thing for you, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, you have to, like, you have the motivation to become better because of what you want to do. And, like, okay, getting a schedule, like, how do I get a schedule? How do I get myself to do it? How do I get myself to do it? That is like a big a question I ask myself a lot, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
in the
How
end,
can I convince myself that this is a good idea?
not just that it's a good idea, but like get myself to do it, right? Sometimes you know what you gotta do, or you know this. I don't know how to explain it, but you lack the motivation, or you like, I don't know what trick do I have to find to like, I don't know, keep myself productive in a sense, right? In order to do what I want, which again, the key is that like you're doing what you want, but it's not easy. And it's not easy sometimes for reasons you don't expect it to.
I'm trying so hard to find redstone right now.
I got tons of redstone. Like, I can send you my cords.
Yeah,
That'll be faster.
I'll come and find you. We can do a trade. Right now, I'm trading the lack of redstone for all of the oxygen in my body, which is not a great idea. Right, a few minutes ago, I was digging lapis, and I realized that I don't actually need the lapis. I need the red dye, not the blue dye. And so I was.
By the way, okay. You know how I know that we gotta absorb into the conversation and not the bingo? Because it's
Big-
46 minutes.
Yeah,
46,
yeah,
40
because,
minutes.
because we haven't hit a PB yet. Yeah.
No, but we have set the time limit to 45.
Oh yeah, I wasn't sure if he was still doing that this round or not. I like we didn't discuss it. I figured that was off the table. Now I'd proven it was possible in less than 45 or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I can just keep on going. I'm enjoying this. I know this is not max performance bingo, but I'm having a great time anyway, so I don't mind. Let me see.
Max performance sweaty bingo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like no, I think this is fun. You know, one thing that happened to you the other day that I think has never happened to me. You know the thing where you row off a solid block in a boat, you hit another solid block and it kills you because of the magic number.
Yeah, yeah, man. I couldn't believe it.
That has never happened to me, I feel like, at all in Minecraft, and I feel
Never.
immensely lucky, but I use that boat trick quite frequently. Like, I have done it a few times, so it's not like the opportunity has never come up. It's just like, I don't know, I feel like it just didn't happen. I didn't get unlucky enough to have the exact right full height or something. So every time I see it happening, I'm like, that's a thing? Like, that's a thing that happens to people? But then, yeah, seeing it happen to you on your run the other day, I was like, yeah, I mean, I've seen Cubfan talk about it a whole bunch, and I've definitely heard of it happening, but I've just never
There's a lot
observed
of
the
numbers,
phenomenon in
actually.
person.
I did a short about it, and I went to the wiki, and turns out there's a whole bunch of numbers. It's not just one number. There's many numbers, and you never think about it. But after that, doing that short, I started seeing it for what it is, which is a gamble. You know, every time you're boarding off a ledge, you are gambling.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's all or nothing, because like if you land on the magic height, it kills you, man. It doesn't matter like on what block. I tested it with like full Nerite gear protection and landing it on slime, still die.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like the bedrock thing of like pillaring up sometimes just kills you for no reason, that kind of stuff. Like there's so many awful little quirks that bedrock players have to deal with when it comes to that stuff.
I asked Ulraf once about it, and he told me like it's such an old thing that fixing it could cause problems, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's the thing that can it'll break Minecraft because it untangles one other line of spaghetti code somewhere that is gonna the entire thing unravels like a. There we go.
Blackout.
Yay. With a it's like a kitten with a ball of string. You know what I mean? Like it's the whole thing's gonna come apart eventually.
Yes. All right, Pix. You are at your. We are at around the 3-hour mark. I don't know how long do you plan to streaming.
I think maybe I've got one more in me. As long as it doesn't go for like an hour and a half, then I'll probably be fine.
Okay. We'll cap it.
Yeah.
45 minutes is okay.
Yeah, seems good.
Nice.
That
Let's
one
get to
was
it then.
what,
It's my turn to roll though. Here, wait.
Yes.
Let me see. Chat, what's the blackout Bruno blackout card? Give me the number. 10 says Stacy. Okay, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, we gotta skip this one actually. Because no, this is bugged. The enchanted book is bugged, and you can sometimes get it and not get it, and it just gets broken.
Yeah, someone from my community mentioned that the other day, and like I wasn't streaming bingo at the time, so I couldn't like confirm whether it was the thing or not. But yeah, I guess if that's a bug right now, then fair enough.
We could just go over here anyways, though. Like we are not going for a blackout, maybe. I don't know. No, let me roll another. Let me get 5 from Calvary. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, there we go.
Oh,
Diamond
cake on
picks.
this one.
Cake. Nice, the cake. We are gonna finish up with a cake. Okay, I can't punch it. Let me see the. Okay, there we go. Very nice. Oh, this is something I haven't got in the new bingo.
Oh yeah, no, I managed that. I think the ice biomes, the snowy biomes are actually pretty good because they're quite large now. And that's
Yes.
one thing where like I do think the biomes should be smaller so it's easier to find stuff like mangrove swamp, but also in some cases it's really nice to have a large jungle or a large badlands, and like there's some places where it really helps.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready to
Yeah.
go. I'm ready to go. I'm not ready actually. This is not gonna be high performance, Bruno, but it's still, I'm ready to rumble. See, it didn't even generate the whole thing.
Yeah, it's still thinking about it. There we go.
There we go. Let me see.
Okay, well, right away I've got to take down both of those brown mushrooms so you can't get the mushroom stew.
No. I'm gonna get to it first though.
The other thing I've noticed, there is one pumpkin on that hillside.
Where?
Which are you going for first? Like south?
there's
south?
two. I see two. I see three pumpkins.
Oh, okay.
Okay, maybe
'Cause
we're looking in opposite directions. The thing is, we're
I'm going
to
for
get
the pumpkin.
to all of them three first. What's hardest to find? That is a question you should be asking yourself.
Yeah,
should you go for the
pumpkins.
mushroom?
Pumpkins haven't been that difficult to find, and honestly, like dark oak forests, they're everywhere. Oh yeah, there's tons of pumpkins here. Never mind. I thought that was going to be a scoop. Turns out not so much.
They are easier now. Pumpkins are easier now, I think.
Yeah,
At least that's how I see it.
I hope they are, because they were the bane of my existence
They were the
before this.
worst.
Yeah.
Dude, I had runs. I have a BRB clip of that. Like 40, like I was doing sub 40 runs, and like literally 40. I break the mark. There's a pumpkin there. I turn a corner. There's a pumpkin. Like literally.
They basically they wait until you're half an hour in to actually generate the first pumpkins.
Let me see. Okay, chopping down the wood.
Mushrooms aren't being great to me right now either. There we go.
One, two, three. Very nice. Okay, focus. This is a moment where you have to focus at the beginning. Then you can just talk about whatever.
Yeah.
Let me see this. Okay, we need an extra furnace. Okay, I got the bag of the items jumping, whatever. There we go. This here.
Well, I already have a skeleton on me.
Very nice. Go give it a hug. Okay, I just thought about how strange it will be to hug a skeleton.
Yeah, that's I'll leave that one to you. I'm gonna. You could try it, I suppose. They have like in labs and stuff, or like a science department at school is probably gonna have a
yeah
a model skeleton that you can try. Can I hug this for a second? Can I?
This is gonna sound super strange, but I promise it's not.
Yeah.
See this here.
I immediately found the smallest patch of pointed dripstone in a cave.
Congrats,
And
man.
now I will leave. Before I inevitably fall on the other piece.
Okay. Now comes the question. Is Pix a good person, or is Pixel is a bad person? And it's not a question you are going to answer. It's a question it's going to answer itself when I get to that patch of pumpkins we saw earlier.
I've already got one. I'm good. But yeah, it felt like it was going to be too much of a pain to just destroy all of the pumpkins that were there. So
yeah, it was a time loss.
yeah, totally. And I just found another patch over here, so it's like they're everywhere. They're fine now. Of course, I'm saying that, jinxing us for all future encounters with pumpkins. But
Yeah, I'm trying to be careful with that. Saying to say or not to say, but okay, you know what? It's easy. The Goldhorn is the new pumpkin.
Goathorn is absolutely Goathorn is the new like enchanted book or saddle. I feel like saddles are the one that always gave me trouble before.
Let me see. Sapling, no sapling. Here we go. I see 2 pumpkins and I saw 3 earlier. A cave. 2 skellies. We need bones? No. Kind of. Good. Down here. Okay.
There we go. I foolishly decided I was going to make an iron hoe with my first iron so that I could get hold of the apple, but
It's there, okay.
I'm happy that worked out.
Strats, man.
Yeah.
You got a better PV than me, so let me see. Let's do this. Wait. What's your bingo strat? Craft the iron hoe first.
Yeah, totally. No, I'm also keeping half an eye on the taiga biomes here for sweet berries because this is one of those ones where we're like 20 million or like 2 billion blocks out or something, and I'm not seeing any sweet berries yet. I'm wondering if it happens like above a certain set of coordinates.
That is interesting because I think there's another plant that does that. But since okay, it like, you know a lot about this game, so like it's an assumption,
I just found them. Never
right?
mind.
Okay. It's cool. Maybe it's not a baseless. Like it will be interesting to see.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, it's a superstition until we can prove it true, and then we were right the whole time, and the tinfoil hats can come off, right?
We see here. There we go. Oh, I didn't need that. Okay. It's that type of run. Let me see. I don't need that. Need clay. That's nice.
It's also that type of run where the items appear behind you when you mine them.
Yes.
I gotta say,
but that means we are far.
Yeah. It's also like weirdly reassuring to hear Slice Lime complain so much about that on his bingo run the other day. Like, I feel like Mojang, obviously, because they have such a large player base and they get a lot of people like accusing them of being lazy or whatever, like whatever stupid, like baseless accusations.
That's like that, man. They are like, I don't know. They do so much. Like the updates are amazing, man. It's the best game in the world, literally.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. But like it's still really reassuring to me to see him get mad at gameplay bugs live on his stream, right? Like it's like, oh yeah, you care about this game too. Like obviously, like I've you know, we had him on the podcast a while ago, and he was like, he's obviously like such a lovely guy and cares a great deal about the game, but also like it's weirdly reassuring to hear, like we were talking earlier about how celebrities are people too and that kind of stuff, and they all have their own problems, and like it's kind of nice to know that the small frustrations that get to regular everyday Minecraft players. Yeah, exactly. And like, yeah, when it comes to the developers themselves, they get just as frustrated by that stuff as we do. They're not sort of sitting there going, well, I don't have to fix that, and like cackling in their chairs, you know, like they're just.
I don't know if you notice, but this awkward bug that maybe only affects bingo players or people that I don't know what you should be doing in order to get items popping out everywhere. It's mysteriously it got selected to get fixed on the next update.
Well,
next point, right?
Yeah. I mean, hearing Slice talk about it, he was like, basically, bingo was what exposed that bug. Like, that's the way he put it on his stream the other day. So I'm thinking, yeah, like, it's not necessarily that the bug was known about before and got selected to be fixed. It's more that it occurred, like, in a really easily reproducible way on these bingo runs, and they noticed it where maybe they hadn't before, and they could pinpoint more accurately what the problem was. So I feel like it's even like maybe they didn't know about this stuff before in such an obvious way. But Bingo just made it really, really obvious, and yeah, I mean,
I'm the lead developer
Slice
for
playing
Java.
this regularly.
Minecraft loves Bingo.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Okay, tons of snow. Let me see. What do I need? I'm just running. Just running.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of the taiga biomes now that I've got the
Yeah, there's taiga everywhere. And this, I haven't found a single berry. I know you did, but I haven't.
Yeah, they're around. They're around.
Let me see. These. I'm finding tons of coal and nothing else.
Once again, the main problem here is going to be finding a mangrove swamp, I think.
Okay, I think I'm following your tracks unknowingly. Because I just found a snowball on the ground.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely mine. You're finding all of my discarded items from where I've been.
Oh, there we go. So I found berries. This is where you find your berries, then.
That's probably where I found my berries. Yeah.
Not a bad strat. Follow the guy that's got the item. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm super hungry. I have no food.
I
Oh, berries. Of course.
I kind of want to give you directions somehow and be like, or right now I'm moved in pretty much a straight line from where I was, but I want to be like, I'm gonna take a really sharp right turn and then change my direction and go that way and see if somehow you still end up where I was.
I can track you, Pix. I can feel your smell.
I mean,
I feel like it was like a tracker. You know, I found
yeah. The hobbits lay here. Their hands were bound.
This is the mark of a wild pixel rift. Right here. This snowball.
In his natural habitat of Minecraft.
Like, I just imagine you going through a field of snow, just picking up some snow, making a snowball and throwing it away. Like, and that was like something you evolved to do.
Yeah, that's what I typically do whenever it snows in real life.
Let me see. Okay, it's night. What can we get from the night?
You really don't need a lot of like mob drops for this. There's gunpowder and that's it, and you can get that from caves. So there's really not a huge amount. I think that's the other thing right now is with there being additional items for these bingo cards. I feel like stuff like you'll get one mob drop instead of you need gunpowder and a fermented spider eye and whatever else, right? And bones or something. You only ever get like 1 or 2 of them now instead of 4 or 5.
I need some iron. Something that amazed me, which I kind of thought of when we were jokingly saying, oh, what is your strat for bingo? Just craft a hoe, right? Craft the iron hoe. Like, getting that unexpected response from somebody that's really knowledgeable about something, right? And like, No Leaf Clover told me that he hates ravines, for example, which is something like, I always, okay, a ravine. You just go there and get all your stuff, right, on 1.16 bingo. And he was like, no, that's the worst. I was like, oh, okay, that's what I always do. Let me see, this here, got some coal. 3.
I bet people have been yelling at me in the chat to like go to the jungle to find melons or something, and I've not been looking at chat basically at all. So sorry if everyone's like yelling at me to remember stuff. I saw a stream recently where I think the guy was more or less just apologizing for not looking at chat too much, but it basically came down to like, you know, people can try to backseat game. I'm not going to stop them, but like, good luck because I'm not going to be reading the chat very often. And I saw a few people being like, you know, backseat gamers, good luck is such like a power play. That's really
yeah. You can do it if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't do it even if you want. I really if I let you try.
I don't even know you're there, but if I did, I would ignore you. Oh yeah, now that I've made this concrete powder, I should probably turn it into concrete, huh? Wait a second, I found some cocoa beans in here. Is this where Bruno's been? Did you get ahead of me somehow?
Let me see. Oh, this here.
Lakes, thank you so much for the raid.
The
Welcome
tracker
in.
became the track. No, the track. Okay. You know,
Some
the thing
sort of
became the stuff.
yeah. Something became something else. I'm not entirely sure what in what order. Yeah, I'm not gonna find this treasure map, am I? I don't need to, so throw that away. Watch that be like the only place that's got, I don't know, flint or something.
Oh wait. Actually need the snow. Just realized.
Somehow my inventory like tricked me into throwing away my crafting table instead of that treasure map. That was weird.
I have a thing with crafting tables picks. For example, now I don't have one. I constantly leave them behind.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a problem. I remember Shep calling me out back on Don't Die. Like,
Yeah.
they're just leaving crafting tables behind. Like, yes, it's like it's a problem I do.
It's a sickness. Yeah. What else do I need iron for here? Actually, not much.
We need the arrow, man. Just realize that.
Yeah, yeah. Let's. I think I've passed so many snow biomes and just not thought about that now.
And I was looking at them and be like, I mean, this is useless.
And now I'm in
a
I'm in a jungle right now. Like, good luck finding snow biomes again.
You see, I'm gonna craft 2 crafting tables. That's probably the move here.
Do we need anything from... Oh, this could be an opportunity. Do we need anything from mine shafts? Will anything from a mine shaft help me right now?
You can get the minecart, actually.
Oh, yeah. No, you can't, because it's not going to break down into a minecart and a chest anymore. So if a chest minecart was on here, that would be okay. But since it's not, you don't find hopper minecarts in mine shafts, right? Oh, I can find a cave spider spawner in here. That's an option.
Okay, I'm in a situation here. Oh, that was strange. What?
What have you found?
I'm going to die. I died.
Oh, no!
I just got so surprised, though. Dude, I had a stray in front of me. Guys, somebody clipped it. I didn't know that was possible. The stray shot a creeper, and the creeper had the slowness effect, and the creeper exploded and created the... You know when you throw a lingering
potion? Yeah.
Yes.
No, they do that. I had plans. I don't know if I'm still gonna do it, so don't tell anybody about this. But I had plans to build build a dungeon on Empires that people could go through as like a challenge based around that mechanic. And I might still do it at some point. But like, imagine like you're in a dungeon. There's a doorway, but the doorway has like a curtain of lava coming down in front of it, right? But then a creeper emerges from nearby, and it's
with the fire resistance.
Yeah, it's been splashed with fire resistance, so you need to like block with a shield, but then stand in the potion cloud, and you get fire resistance for long enough to go through the lava curtain, right? Like that was the plan for it, or at least like a series of challenges based around that mechanic. I still really want to do that at some stage, but like, yeah, I don't know when I'll have the opportunity to do it right now.
That's a great one. Like, Minecraft is full of stuff like that, man. Like, small mechanics. Like, this is a mechanic I never, ever thought about. And I saw it, and I was so surprised. I literally, like, what? I was like, what is this? 1, 2, 3. And yes, you can do a whole thing based on just that.
I found a mangrove swamp, by the way.
Okay,
I've not found a snow biome that is going to work for me tonight, but at least I found a mangrove swamp.
They had the mushrooms and I didn't craft them. Because I was like, no, I'm a good bingo player. I'll hold on to everything.
Yeah, I'll do all my crafting at like a convenient point.
And then a creeper exploded and left a lingering cloud. And okay, you can't always see what's coming.
The best laid plans. We don't need slime for this one. I think I'm still partly thinking about the other bingo card that we had to reject because that had a sticky piston on there, and so I'm like, I need slime, right? And no, thankfully I don't.
did that at the first, like, you know, the first one we looked at. That stuck with me for like 2 runs or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
That is interesting. Do you think you start developing, like, in the back of your head, like a bingo pocket, where you put like the items of your bingo card, and if you don't play the run and empty it, it's still there?
Yeah, the bingo pocket has caused me trouble on a number of occasions.
Yeah. Okay. Completely disoriented. Don't know where to go. Let me see. Let's just go. This. But you don't know what to do. Craft a boat and doors and just go into the water.
Yeah, that's where I am right now. I found a really promising looking like ravine to dive down into, like a dripstone cave, a deep slate cave rather, and it like just didn't go anywhere. Like there's a little bit of iron and stuff around, but it's barely worth taking at this point. I'm looking for redstone mostly. Wait, am I looking for redstone? What am I looking for? I think diamonds, actually. Like, I don't even need redstone for anything, do I?
No, I think redstone is not in the card. No, the...
no,
we don't have the dispenser. Or no.
The compass.
Oh, yes.
That's what I'm looking for redstone for. I knew there was a reason.
Okay.
It's the compass for the empty map.
Okay, I'm in the snow. I don't need to be in the snow. What was that?
I just had it in the back of my brain, in the bingo pocket. I was like, redstone. But then, yeah, but I'm like, but I don't know. I don't know what the redstone is for. I just know that I need it for something. And then I was just going to rely on my brain to fill in the gaps from there.
Iron.
And see, Lush Cave. Oh, there's a huge iron vein there. I might grab that. I don't know. You can't... Can you get hanging roots just in a Lush Cave? Or does it have to be under the...
I saw them. I saw
azalea
them
tree?
Today. I don't know if you need, like, shears.
You do need shears, but, like, I was... I saw, like, the moss that means there's a Lush Cave underneath that, but I'm like, can I still get the hanging roots from down here? I don't think I can.
Okay, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you. Okay. I'm gonna help the competition. You can... use your like, this is something I discovered today, Pixel Rips. I didn't even know if it was. I just tried it and it worked. I was like, great. You can put down the rooted dirt and use the hoe, any hoe to get it out. Like if you found an azalea tree, you can just get the rooted dirt from underneath. And I thought you needed shears, but it's with the hoe.
Oh, does it? That's interesting.
Yes.
Because I did it with shears the last run, but like, yeah, that's really interesting.
I placed down the dirt. I had a hoe in my hand, and I say, okay, let's see, and it worked. It was great.
Like you mean you hoe the
yes.
rooted dirt, or you just like you break the roots with the hoe?
No, you hoe the dirt.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I hadn't considered that as an option, but. That's fun.
And it's great because when it happened, I was like, oh man, this is cool. But I didn't exteriorize it anyway. I didn't say anything. And now, okay, I can speak about what happened.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Well, I appreciate you sharing. I still need to find diamonds.
Let me see.
There's some.
Let me see. I got no food. It's always a good thing. Found a geode completely useless. Ah, there we go. That's the sunken ship.
Diamonds are so easy to find now, dude. I don't know what anyone's complaining
yes.
about. They're
easy.
everywhere.
I don't know. Yeah, you commented on it once. I did like one stream. I don't know. I came up like in the middle of the stream. Like I came up with this question: how fast can I find diamonds? And I started doing like diamond speed runs on 1.19, and like on 7 minutes, I think that was
Yeah.
like my best time.
Mm-hmm.
You just go down like an underwater cave, and it's super easy. You need to find more of those caves that go down to deep slate. And once you're on deep slate, there's gonna be diamonds.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I found these. I would just like swim on down.
Let's see. Okay, southeast.
Tia, thank you for the 54 months. Who knew we were this old, huh?
Here. Okay, just found underwater trees. I think on,
Yeah.
on swamps. Like it's the smallest swamp ever.
I actually looked at the chat this time, and people were yelling at me to kill a glow squid. So I need to come back down to this cave for a second. I'm out of food right now, though. That's the main problem. Is I didn't bring enough food with me.
I'm out of food too. Out of food. Fod. I said fod.
Fod.
The other day, oh man, the other day I was saying like, no, I never derp. I don't like. Somebody told me, Bruno, you should do a tutorial on derping. I was like, no, why? I never derp. I will never dorp. And I said dorp. So I derped while saying derp. And okay, now it's become a thing. Like every morning on my Discord, good morning, dorp. Like
yeah, like people like I said, Twitch chat basically exists to bully streamers. It's
yes.
It's a very one-sided relationship that way, and you know, we give them everything and they just bully us, and it's funny. We talked earlier about like the privilege of having an audience and how interesting it is to be like, I can tell a joke and the rest of the world laughs. What happens is the rest of the world just kind of like finds reasons to laugh at you and never lets you forget those. That's the main relationship we have with our chats as streamers is an antagonistic one, chiefly, I think.
But you made me think of something that is unique, let's say, to this medium, which is the interaction. I think it's my favorite part about Twitch.
Yeah.
And like, if you think about times where the radio was a thing or the TV, radio has ways to interact, and sometimes there are calls and stuff, but it's never as direct as this. Like, chat is an integral part of like this medium.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I just was focusing on bingo. Nothing. The way, like, I feel like that also magnifies the impact you have, and people sometimes focus too much on the number of the view count, and not on the fact that you, let's say, you have five viewers, right? Some people may think, oh man, I only have 5 viewers. There's 5 people there that are interacting with you and that are listening to what you're saying in a way that before it will never be possible. You could never start a radio show if you didn't have like a giant antenna or whatever.
Yeah, it's
I
like
feel
the internet has changed a lot of that stuff. Like I remember when I started university, I was living with a couple of guys, one of whom did his own like kind of like online radio show, and like that was the first time I'd ever encountered somebody and it was kind of similar to realizing that people to make YouTube videos didn't need like all this expensive equipment and stuff. I was like, you can just do that. You can just play music for people. And I don't know how much of it was like licensed or whatever. He was probably, not supposed to be playing too much of that kind of music, but like, he still did. And pirate radio has been a thing for a while, but
yeah,
the internet really made it easy.
Here, okay. Found the cow. We don't have the iron.
Dude, I just spent so long diving in that underwater cave, mostly to find diamonds, but also to find redstone. And as soon as I left the water, I found a savannah village with a cartographer, and there was a compass and empty maps in the chest. I picked up the compass and then realized what I actually needed was the maps, and then I picked up the maps and I was like, well, I don't need any of this anymore. Just spent like a couple of minutes drowning in a cave for no reason.
Iron over here. He gave my buckets. I have okay. Similar situation. Was getting iron for 3 buckets and I had the iron already. Okay, thank you. Still need the egg though. Let me see. Wait, this means I can craft a lot of stuff. Okay. Wait, all the iron I had actually meant something. Get a tree. I'm gonna take it out.
Right, what else do we need at this point? I need to get some wheat for the packed muds. I hadn't even thought about the cake. Like, I'm not even...
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm even
that
attempting
one.
that. Like, if they have a chicken in this village somewhere that's laid an egg, then maybe.
I just happened to find cows, so I'm going to milk them, and I had the iron. So I'm gonna do it. Is this going to be an exercise in futility? Maybe.
Yeah, probably, but... Oh, wait, no, there's a whole bunch of chickens over here. I just have to wait around to see if any of them lay eggs. Of course, they have to...
You'll never get the cake if you don't get the milk buckets right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm gonna do it. Let me see.
Again, we're over here worrying, like, wondering what our, all of these iron ingots that we've got are for. Well, as it turns out, you need a lot of iron to make 3 buckets.
Throw this. Let me see. What should I do? There is a question you should, like, you never have to ask yourself in a bingo run. If you get to the point where you're like, okay, what should I do now?
Yeah,
Oh, you always need to know. Let me see.
My attempts to contain the chicken have been disastrous.
Just grab it, man. Like, one block at a time, dude.
I missed that. I went back and watched all of the 1 block at a time stuff like a couple of weeks ago, and I was just like, this was great. Like, it felt like
fun.
we were innovating. We were like on the new wave of something different in Minecraft, which you so rarely get to be. Like, this is a game that's played by 500 million people. Like, literally, like, that's not an exaggeration even. So, like,
Yes.
you so rarely get to be the first person to do something, or the person who feels like they're taking the mechanics to their logical conclusion and doing
Yes.
stuff like that for the first time. So 1 block at a time really felt special for that reason. Like, the stuff that we were... like, your automatic wool farm, where, like...
Yeah,
the sheep are
that
putting
was
the wool back
crazy,
on
man.
themselves and then taking it off again, and like it just generates wool constantly. That stuff's wild. Like, I love that. That's so fun.
Well, I sent you something. No, what was it? It was a way to stack. I don't remember what it was. I sent you like a short video. I never built in survival, but I was like doing creative testing on like 1 block at a time stuff. And there was this thing. I don't like you could mine a whole tree by pressing a button. There we go. That was it. You had like a tall tree and like dispensers next to it. You will press a button and all the logs will fall down. And then the dispenser also like kind of like speed the items forwards, right?
Yeah.
So it will make them go just to like to a storage thing.
Yeah, yeah.
With the pressure plates, man. You will put the pressure plate below it. That was insane.
Yeah. Like, the figuring out all of the redstone interactions and realizing that you could basically store even like blocks like obsidian just on something that they couldn't be placed on afterwards. And that was a game changer. That was like,
Man,
suddenly
that was great stuff.
the entire game is like blown apart. If anyone in
Yeah,
chat
you built
hasn't
a storage. I remember you had like a physical storage.
if you haven't seen the 1 block at a time stuff, like, go back and watch it.
Check it
Because
out.
like, it's a stupid gimmick at first, but then you start doing weird technical stuff with it, and you're like, this is actually kind of incredible. And I had such a good time. And so yeah, just the sense of discovery in that was like nothing else I've ever done in Minecraft. Like, I feel like that, if anything, gave me the confidence in my own technical capabilities to go ahead and build this like copper aging machine and do it on the
Nice.
scale that we have now, because it's like, you know, yeah, that's a contraption that a bunch of people were like, hey, that's actually kind of cool. Like the innovation.
I want to build it in Half-Fired Hardcore, man. I want to do it.
Oh, do it, yeah. That'd be incredible to see.
Because
like,
I'll need to age copper, like somehow. Like,
Yeah.
Like why? It's a super cool design, man. It's a cool machine. And you could
I think
think, okay, I could just lay the copper on the ground or whatever, but why not do it
Yeah, like there are much
properly, man?
there are much cheaper ways of doing stuff like that, but it's like this just feels good to use, I found, and I really like that aspect of it. That's just like what makes me happy about it in the first place.
And even like designing it must have been amazing. I remember you posting screenies on Twitter.
Yeah, I think that's
I was like, oh, the thinking distance. You were like, yeah, that's exactly the circle on the ground.
yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, like I'm so happy with the process of designing it, and it felt like that was the most fulfilling part, was like understanding that I can solve certain problems in the redstone stuff, and it was everything sooner or later was a solvable problem. I wasn't just going to run up against a wall where I'm like, well, this is too technical and I don't know how to do it, so the project ends there. It's like, no, I can kind of figure out how to do the stuff that I've wanted this to do all along. Like automatic loading and unloading stuff is just like, it's expensive in terms of like sticky pistons that you need to craft and stuff, but it's fun when it all works together. Dude, I've killed 3 strays so far, no slowness arrows.
Oh, that was the same run. We are still on the same run.
Yeah, yeah. That's unfortunately the run hasn't changed, not yet.
I just left behind our crafting table. Okay, if finding pixel reefs, you do it through snowballs. Finding Bruno, you do it through crafting tables. That's
Through
for sure.
follow the trail of crafting tables. Yeah. Yeah, I feel I must inform you that we still have to craft a cake. That is still this run. We're still in it.
Just found some chickens. I may do the cake, man. I'm about to cake. See, let's do this. Okay, chickens, you just do your thing. There are 3 chickens here. Let me see. Let me just chill. Place the crafting table and see what I have to do. Oh, look. 1, 2 of these. Can do this. I don't have. I haven't found redstone yet.
Okay, he's just in a hole now. Dang it. I'm gonna get so shot to death by skeletons here.
Come on, chicken. I just want to do the cake.
Hey, there it is. That is a line in row 2, a line in row 2.
Have you ever played like a line bingo?
Never like properly, like never at a proper bingo hall or whatever. Like we played it like for fun in like, I don't know, party, like Christmas with family or something, but like
I see.
Never with somebody like calling out the numbers and everything.
Oh, I was asking. Okay, I wasn't asking about real bingo, but since you were there, interesting.
Oh, I mean,
I was thinking about this, but like doing a line instead of a blackout.
Oh yeah, no, I figure the blackout is kind of, I don't know, like the line bingo seems like it'd be fun in the sense that it's more strategic what you go for, like which combination of items you feel like is going to be interesting. But like I still just go for a blackout because it's more satisfying to me to find 5 of them.
Yes, but here's the thing. I have redeems where people can challenge me on my stream. And I have one that's cheaper. That's like for a line, column, or diagonal.
Oh, okay.
And
That's cool.
exactly that. Like what do I go for, right? It's not getting
Yeah.
everything. It's getting a line. And it's interesting. It becomes more interesting when there is not a line that is clearly easier. So like it all goes down to, or maybe you see two things that like could be in two lines, right? Or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. And you can't always guarantee that you'll find that stuff easily, but say if I wanted to go for the middle row of this card, I could get the clay, the hanging roots, the mangrove propagule, and the moss carpet, probably all from around a mangrove swamp. So if we spawn at a mangrove swamp, then that's dead easy. But I think that's more about like finding the right combination of stuff and making sure that your spawn is good for it. That's the difficult part.
But also, like, sometimes you get like 3 or 4 things, and the last one is hard, right?
Yeah.
Or you see 2 lines that are clear winners, for example, like, okay, I'm gonna go for this or this. But then you have one item that, okay, what is harder? Is it harder to find a diamond or to get a golden apple, right? Like, what do you risk? And it's super fun. Let me see. Let me go up here. Also, No Leaf Clover told me the other day when I had him over, that like he was talking, I think, with Lime and with other people of doing like a bingo thing. So that sounded like it could be super fun. I don't know exactly what it was, but like doing a bingo event, a proper bingo event.
Like a tournament kind of thing, maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
That'd be fun. By the way, I just used your
No, my crafting table.
Oh, not your crafting table. I used the hoe trick on the hanging roots.
It works. Confirmed by Pixel Riffs. Instant survival guide classic right there. Let me see. Okay, I don't know where you found your mangrove thing, but it's not here.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know where I found the mangrove thing. It was out there somewhere.
That's for sure, man. It was somewhere. Let me see.
Everything's got to be somewhere. Okay, so we need 2 sugar for the cake. All I'm missing at this point is a cow. I've not seen a cow for, like, the longest time. There probably was one back at the village, but goodness knows where it was. I guess I do have enough iron to shear this pumpkin. The pumpkin I've been carrying since the beginning of this run. I just realized. I was like, wait a minute. That's probably been the longest.
I don't.
You don't?
I threw it.
No,
I threw my pumpkin so much. No, when I died, okay, I died. It was this run.
Oh, yeah, of course, of course.
Hydrate. Let me see. Oh. Mangrove swamp. What? No. Yes? No. Oh, just a jungle. Ooh.
So we don't need that. I swear, if I find a cow, it's over. Like, I'm just about to get the mud. I still need deep slate bricks. I still need to do that. I just need to find a place to swim down, I guess. But, like, I need to kill the cow for leather so I can craft the item frame. I need all of the milk from the cow. This is the point where Bruno runs a command to kill all of the cows in the world.
I could just set a command block.
Yeah, a command block to constantly be killing cows.
You start finding leather and raw meat.
Well, that's fine. Leather is what I need. I just can't milk the cow after that, yeah. Alright, there's the pack mods.
I just found 2 cows, Pix. You can come to my coordinates if you want.
You've been saying that all game, but when do you deliver these coordinates?
Never, of course.
You can come to my coordinates. You have to guess them. I'm like, yeah, okay. I'll give that a try.
And trusting in the stream snipers.
Yeah, totally.
I moved. I'm done. Okay, you are too late, stream snipers. I already moved away. No,
Oh,
wait, there's more cows.
the
Okay.
best thing would be if you didn't give me your relative coordinates like the ones that are on the screen right now. You gave me your F3 coordinates where it's like, okay, I'm at 2,768,394 X and 12 billion Y. Come find Z rather. It's 12 billion Y. He's up in the sky somewhere. Oh, there's for some reason, right, savanna biomes always have cows for me. I don't know what it is, but like there's a plains biome right here, absolutely nothing spawning in it. As soon as I cross over into a savanna biome, there's cows. It's like instant, and I don't understand why. There's a cake.
There we go. It's got the cake. You're gonna do the bingo thing where you craft everything at once.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Let's see if I have it. I don't have enough sticks. No.
Okay, we got 30 seconds though.
I know. I'm going so fast. I won't be able to get the deep slate. I might be able to get the cod.
No, I have to smell. I don't have, literally, I have no time to smell this. Okay.
Take me to the ocean. Where are the cod?
One time up.
Oh, so
Time
close. I was literally looking at a cod. Dang it. Okay. So we won't count that. But literally the only other thing I had to do was the deep slate bricks.
Yes, I think you got this one. You got this one, Pix.
I have tough in my inventory. I could have brought deep slate up with me from that cave, and I just didn't think that far ahead, man. Oh, that was invigorating.
There we go.
I'm gonna egg you. Thank you.
Oh, what? Don't throw eggs at my. Okay, where is a melon? There
Oh,
go.
thank you.
Oh, wait, no,
It's my-
it was a good thing.
My trophy.
It was supposed to be a bad thing. Let me see.
Oh.
First and foremost, Pix, will you take a screeny over here with me? I love taking
Yeah,
every
of
time
course.
a screeny over here in the bingo lobby. Very nice.
Holding
go.
our melons and our shields in perfect sync.
Man, and I have an egg in my face. Pix, thank you so much for coming to Bingo Friday, man. It was an absolute pleasure having you.
Yeah,
Not
of
just
course.
for
It's
the
been
bingo, but also for the great conversations, man.
always a pleasure. Absolutely, yeah. No, it's been fun. Like it's. I always describe you as my rival when it comes to these bingo streams now, but it's just fun getting to hang out and play, and it's so much fun. Like you said, the 119 stuff has just been like a breath of fresh air for this, and bingo was it was fun to begin with, but it's even more fun now. It feels like.
Yeah, I feel like it needed though that fresh air. And regarding the rivalry thing you said, I don't know if you saw it, but on Twitter when I posted, okay, I'm going live this, I posted a picture of like a gif of like Ash and Gary Oak.
That's so good. Well, I'm gonna sign off for saying "smell you later" or whatever he says in the anime. Yeah.
All right, Pix. Thank you so much. Tons of fun. It was really great talking with you about all these different things we did, man.
I'm going to be watching your bingo career with great interest, and yeah, let me know when.
Your PB, man.
I'm looking forward to it. I relish the competition at this point.
And here's the thing: that PB you have is partly mine too, because it was done on my server.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, exactly.
So
You can claim part ownership of that. It is memorialized outside, which I feel like is an honor at this point.
Yeah.
All right, dude. I'm gonna get going, but thank you so much for this.
Man.
It's been great. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Say hi to Celery for me.
Will do. Will do.
Have an amazing night, man.
Yeah, you too. Enjoy the bingo.
You too. See you around.
All right, folks. Thank you so much for hanging out for that. Sorry if I wasn't talking to chat basically at all. I'm going to take the pin message down. I got some people to thank before we wrap up the stream here. Dream96, thank you for gifting those 2 subs. Claire Zulo, thank you for the 13 months. Dream96 with 101 bits earlier as well. Tia, I think I mentioned this before, but thank you for the 54 months. Thank you so much to Great Lakes Girl, Corrupted Tree, Ray's Joel Duggan, and Azuma for the raids. We also had Wildfire V coming in with a raid earlier as well. Thank you all so much for that. Sorry if I wasn't able to acknowledge all of those as they came through, but really appreciate you guys for sticking around. Scotsman UK with the 7 months. Thank you very much for that. Shania, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Vivir Gaming with the 2 months. Sashay away with the 14 months. Mama Meg, thank you for the 8 months of Prime. 40 Thieves with the 8 months. Nebraska, Bimunculus. Diamond Trashbag, Neptune's Hidden City. Joe. Roke Illustration. Nike Name. That looks like everyone all caught up. Thank you so much for all the subs and the resubs. Epic Papa, thank you for the brand new Prime sub to the channel. Enjoy those emotes and your sub badge. Welcome to the Pixels. Can you milk a mushroom? You can, yes. You get regular milk. You get mushroom stew if you use a bowl, but regular milk if you use a bucket. So I haven't actually seen that many mushrooms on bingo runs. Like the mushroom islands are rarely large enough, and the one time I tried to go to a mushroom island, I didn't find any mushrooms. So yeah, I probably could have found the milk a lot earlier, but that's the way it goes. This is a late stream for me, but it's not too late. Like, it's only, it's like 11:30 right now, but we started at 7:30, and I was determined to have a good time, which I did. I don't know if Bruno is wrapping up right now, or if he's planning on doing any more on his stream. But, I mean, he's been live for 4 hours, so I presume he's probably going to be done soon. We can go raid Tanisha. Tanisha's streaming some Minecraft. See who else is around. Geo Girl was somebody we streamed with from Respawn. So we'll go raid. We'll go raid her. If I can spell the name right. There we go. Looks like she is building a stepwell, which looks like a really cool project, by the way, on the Nevermore server, I guess. But is unable to say the word hole thanks to it being banned in chat. So enjoy trying to get her to say that, I guess. Right, I'm going to be back with you folks. Actually, this weekend depends. We've got Dungeons & Dragons with the 8-Bit community on Sunday, but stay tuned. There might be some other stuff happening. In the meantime, have yourselves a good weekend. My name's been Fetchr. I'll see you all soon. Take care. Bye for now.